Hello, 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 hello. How are we doing today, my dudes? Been a been a little hot sec since I've done a stream, but I'm back and stronger than ever. Um, yeah, we're back on the M plus grind. I haven't really played my monk for I want to say like a week almost now. Um, like actively. I've done all like the void forging stuff, but I haven't done any raiding with it or M plus. So I think it's time to push some keys again, right? That always goes so well. Every single time I push keys, wow, it's so successful. Nothing could possibly go wrong. I time all my keys, everything goes well. I get invited to every group I apply to. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Um, yeah, we're essentially the, in quotation marks, strongest Windwalker can possibly be on this character, so it's only downhill from here. Um, you know me, I meticulously sim my character. Um, I think in comparison to like the theoretical ultimate sim of like single target, it's 20 DPS difference. So, you know, that's essentially margin of error. So yeah, this is it. If I can't time keys on this, there's nothing to fall back on. There's no more damage to get. It's over. Um, but yeah, we got quite lucky in. I basically got quite lucky in bonus rolling. I don't think I would have been able to do it this week if I didn't roll the Bond of Light last reset. Because I basically needed a ring to carry me over, and it was like a 1 in 3 chance to get it. Lacking 20 DPS, no time keys today. mm. Well, it's in the sense of like, so there's like BIS gear, right? Like when theory crafters do their sims, they have BIS gear, like so they run simulations. This is what your perfect gear setup would be, right? But realistically, that's relatively hard to actually obtain. Like, you can tend to be able to get, like, the majority of those items, but to be able to perfectly match the exact items you need is always not, like, as accurate. So I think, like, there's a bunch of items here that don't actually match up to what the, in quotation marks, best gear setup you can have is. However, that doesn't mean that you can't match the damage, if that makes sense. Because you basically just have items that are from different slots. So, like, for instance, I'm pretty sure, like, the best setup is to have the... Technically, it's to have the ring from... Is it Lura? I think it's to have, like, the neck from Lura, the ring from Lura, that sort of thing. Does she have a neck and a ring? Yeah, it's to have, like, the Eye of Midnight, right? Because that is, like, 303 haste. But then, like, because that's a very rare, how realistic is that actually to get on Mythic? But then you, like, basically, you're able to essentially match that theoretical sim damage. I mean, it's all sim damage, right? Is that really actually how much damage you're going to do in a key? No, lol, or on a raid boss. But, like, you're able to then, like, basically balance out stats and stuff. It's why BIS lists are always difficult to achieve, right? Because, like, how viable is it to actually get something like the Eye of Midnight on Mythic track difficulty? Um, you know, it's it's uh it's not impossible. Well, it's pretty impossible if my monk's never done Lura, but you know what I mean. Um, so like, what I mean when I say like this is the max power my character can have. I've run sims and there's literally no upgrades from this point onwards. Like, usually you might do a sim and there might be like a 0.1% cape upgrade or something like that. That like, this is it. There's nothing more that I can do. I've run the numbers. Which is kind of sad because gearing's always fun in WoW, right? Like, why do we play this game? Well, to get better gear and stuff. Like, you always like enjoy seeing the progress of your character. Um, Suffering from success, he's done, but does that translate to actually doing well in keys? Unsure. We'll see. Bro, what's your item level? Yeah. Um. Well, I mean, I was because I basically played two characters this tier for raid progress. So I played Windwalker Monk, which only saw one boss, and then my DK, which saw one boss as well, actually, on prog. But I basically had to level up 2 characters at the same time, so that I had relevant characters to play this tier. Which means that I had 2 characters that were relatively high item level, which meant that it was easy for me to get the Mythic track achievement, but they had different item levels and different slots, right? So with the Mythic track achievement, right, it's 285 overall, and then things cost like half the like amount of Mythic crests. However, it has to be the item in the slot has to be like, how do I explain it? If this helmet on my DK was 287, and I wanted to upgrade it on my monk to 289, it wouldn't be 10 Mythic crests each time. That final one would basically be 20. So I was able to play the 2 characters off of each other, which essentially means I have 2 max item level characters, right? I have this Windwalker at 290, and I think my DK is also... Maybe my DK is 289. I think he's actually got, like, bad waste or something. But essentially I was able to, like, use them to push each other up, if that makes sense. It's degenerate, so don't worry too much about it. it's I mean, it's good because they're high amp level characters and I can push on them and do some damage, but it's a lot of work. But it's good as well because I'm probably going to play my monk like to try push in pugs and stuff, which I usually do most tiers. I'll just end up pugging with my monk, and there's potential that I might actually play my DK with a group of friends eventually. So that's something to look forward to as well, if that all works out. Because I think that would be like the actual true push, right? Like, I think there's only so far that a Windwalker can get with pugs. I think there's only so far you can get with pugs in general, right? Because communication is so important at higher M plus levels, right? Like, you miss one interrupt, your key's bricked. But the DK fits into that comp a lot better than a Windwalker would. So, Windwalker for pugging, DK for group fun content? Yeah. I didn't know it works account wide per item slot. Yeah, essentially that's how it works. So, like, it's as well as that, you could also use, like, alt in a weird way. Like, you could cheese the system, technically. Let's say you got to 285 on a character, and then you had a new character that had low item level, or low gear and stuff, but had a lot of mythic crests. You could then send all those crests into, like, items on that character to then make them cheaper for your main. So that was also a thing that can be done. I almost did that. I was going to do that on my hunter, because I have a hunter ult that has, like, basically infinite mythic crests, right, that it can get. And I was contemplating basically just sending up a cape upgrade on that, but it mathed out that I didn't have to. Do a blood DK key? I don't really play blood DK. I think that everybody would suffer. I would suffer.
For 3 months.
My pug group would suffer, and you would all suffer for watching that. I'd much rather do an unholy key if I do a DK key. Thank you for the prime root.
Myocardium is now following.
Boy? Something like that. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate it. 3 months in a row. Thank you. Root boy was taken. It's close enough. Root boy.
El Karus 22 is now following.
How am I 61% mastery? Good question. A lot of it comes from the gaze, like, I guess. Well, yeah, a lot of it comes from the gaze. This ring as well, the Bond of Light, which was the item that was after last week. 247 comes from that. You also get it from the lower Worshipper's Band. And then my weapon as well also has mastery on it. And then I'm sure there's other pieces as well. Basically just a bunch of different sources of mastery. I think the most interesting thing is that I now sim better using the Recklessness pot on crit. So that's interesting. Because there was, like, at the very start of the expansion, or I suppose Season 1 we should say, it was 100% you have to have haste as your Recklessness pot, and that was true. Because Fist of Fury was so much of your damage, right? And because of talents like Momentum Boost, haste was really valuable in increasing the damage of Fist of Fury. But ever since 12.0.5, and the nerf to Fist of Fury, I suppose, in a way, through the reduction of the Apex talent, where it removed some of the damage from it. It's not that the haste flask is bad. Like haste recklessness might actually still be good for like 99% of players, right? But it's just that the crit recklessness proc isn't as bad as it was. It used to be like really bad to get that, but because they nerfed a lot of the crit that you actually get from Tiger Eye Brew, you might actually sim better with that. And so now at max item level, I sim better with getting crit over haste. Because if let's chug a pot real quick and put this on. You can see how relatively close my stats are together. So mastery is 842, haste is 893, and then crit's 917. So these three secondary stats are actually relatively close to each other. Like what, within 100, and haste and crit are within like what, 20, 25 of each other. But it now seems better for me to, because basically I have a lot of haste as it is, like 26%. It's now just more valuable for me to get crit on this. How much crit would that even give me? Yeah, pump myself up to like 64% crit. Then let's say I have 10 Tiger Brew stacks, that's 74% crit. And that's like how much crit I'll basically have for like a generic AoE pack or something like that with pot. And it's just more value, basically at this point for that. But that's the issue with the recklessness pot at the moment. Like it can change based on like you switching one piece of gear in or switching one piece of gear out. That maybe it's actually more valuable for you to have crit or haste. Generally, not so much mastery as your recklessness pot because you get all your mastery from the puzzle box, right? Is crit now just better than haste for pot? So that's what I'm trying to say, right? It's very dependent on your character and the gear that you have at the time and your secondary stats. It's not like it was prior to 0.5 where it was you have to have haste. It really depends, and it's really just a sim angle. Like you can sim for recklessness pot and see which one it's actually picking for you. But yeah, generally our secondary stats are relatively close to each other, and then as you can see, 0 versatility is still like extremely important to have just in general for Windwalker. Just because versatility is kind of a weak stat in general for us, but as well as that, you have no downside to the recklessness pot. Like, the issue with the recklessness pot is that if you have versatility, you don't want to lose it, right? Like, it's still like having some of this stat is still better than having none of this stat if you do have it on your gear. But then during your burst window, losing any form of stats at all is just bad because that's damage loss, right? Even if versatility isn't as highly valued, losing it is still not great. So that's why it's just best to have no versatility. I've seen a few cases where some Windwalkers are running versatility, but they're doing like plus 21s and plus 22s, and I promise you that is for the sole reason of they need to survive the damage that is coming out in those dungeons, and taking a DPS loss is just worthwhile. And maybe even they might even be running Light's Potential in that case, but it's hard to say without actually seeing them do a key. My flask doesn't put my haste to first secondary for pot. Should I just use mastery flask? It's hard to say. You can sim all of the flasks, and that's what I recommend. Let me... Like, raid bots have come a long way since the War Within, actually, and what you can sim. The best one for, like... Here, let me bring it up. So, like, usually what I'll do if I'm doing a sim is they've added like this cool section at the bottom here where you can actually simulate all of the flasks together, and then you can actually simulate if Light's Potential or Recklessness is better for you, and then just find it in top gear, and then it will compare all three of these flasks for you. And that's just the easiest way to know which flask is better at the time. Because it's always hard, right, without knowing like exactly what your stats are. But as well as that, like the sim is just gonna know better than, you know, like me or you are gonna know, because it does math quick, and I do maths. I do math slow. If I'm running at around 33% crit and 30% haste when running AA, what buff should I take at the start in general? That's a good question. The buffs in Algothar Academy don't actually affect your secondary stat weights in the sense that they don't give you raw. So they won't actually impact your recklessness flask. Like, I think it gives you 3% crit and haste, but like it gives you like an actual percentage rather than raw number. I think it's a toss up. It's hard to say. I probably in my situation, I'd give myself more haste because I know I'm going to get a huge amount of crit from my puzzle box, not my puzzle box, from my potion. So my crit's already going to be absolutely skyrocketing during cooldowns and pot, whereas haste is not getting that anymore. So I'd give it 2 haste if I did an AA. But I think if it was the other way around, right, where my haste was the one I was giving the pot to, I'd probably end up giving it to crit just for some extra crit throughout the dungeon. Always mastery? Eh. I mean, it's the same thing with mastery, right? Because we're already like, it's the same situation where like you're already giving yourself a ton amount of mastery. I know like
is now following.
5 or 6% is like the most amount. It's crit and haste is 3, but I don't know if it's still better to go for that. Because like 5% crit, 5% mastery when it's already like relatively into the DR, does that actually outvalue something like more haste when it's not even in DR yet? It's hard to tell. Alright, enough stalling. I've got to actually do some dungeons now. So I think we're going to start off pretty chill. Just try to do some, get these 16s out of the way. Maybe apply for some 17s. I'm basically praying that someone sees 290 and they go, damn, get him in. I don't know if it's going to work out like that, but we can hope. So, Pit, Cavern, Spire. Oh, cool. Okay, we got him. This game's so easy. Just get invited. Just first key you apply to. This guy, the guy in the party said that. What do you mean you're 290? I gotta abuse this whilst I can. Hey, I want to start learning Windwalker. What should I focus on? Is there any M+ opener in a video guide or something? I have video guides for Windwalker for this season. Especially if you're just starting, I have like a fundamentals guide and stuff, which basically talks through all of like the basics for Windwalker. Explains talents, explains the class tree as well, because it's pretty important to know the class tree. And then I have I have like a gearing video as well, which I think's it's still relevant. Yeah, I have a few videos basically that go over Windwalker and stuff. And then I have like a Shadowpan guide video as well, where I basically discuss like openers and priority and stuff. There's no, yeah, the downside to that one is it was kind of like just before raid progression, so there's not as many like visuals to it. Like it's more like just an actual discussion about it. If I could go back and like add some visuals to it, I would have, but that's the issue of YouTube videos. You can't really go back and change them. But if you're new to Windwalker, I definitely recommend the fundamentals video, because that talks about basically everything important that you need to know to play the spec, really. My Windwalker's been doing filthy DPS this week. I hope I can do some filthy DPS. I'm trying out a slightly different build today as well. I was having a little look at like what the top Windwalkers are doing in their plus 21s. And the best Windwalker, or the highest rated Windwalker in the world, was actually running Inner Peace instead of Shadowboxing Treads. He was also running Crane Vortex, which, not tooting my own horn, but I picked this one up a couple weeks ago. I'm not saying that I foresaw this, but But I didn't foresee inner peace. I think that's quite interesting. I can understand it. Like shadowboxing treads used to be really good when Blackout Kick actually did damage, right? The issue now is that Blackout Kick just doesn't really do any damage. So I imagine it's to increase like not just for like AoE pulls, but like a lot of single target bosses as well at that keystone level. A lot longer fights, right? And if you go into like a single target build, a lot of the time we run inner peace as well. So it might not be like as valuable in like a 16, for instance. That might actually not be that good because things die too quickly in comparison. But I kind of get the idea behind it. But Crane Vortex, I do like this because you're switching Crane Vortex for Energy Burst, and it just means that Spinning Crane Kick, although Spinning Crane Kick does like no damage, it does a bit more damage, right? In an Energy Burst helps with like chi management and resource management, but realistically, I find that you don't need that too much, and especially if you take something like Inner Peace, well, that basically just solves that for you, right? But even without Inner Peace, when I was running Shadowboxing Treads, I never really, in M Plus specifically, I never really like had issues too much with chi management and stuff. I think eventually you get to a point like stat wise where you just have enough resources to balance out, especially like the Zenith changes, right? I'm here. You can start timing keys now. Oh boy. And I was just gonna deplete all day, but now you're here. Success. All right, first key of the day. No flame. I might be rusty. I haven't played Windwalker in a key for a while. No flame. Good vibes only.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4,
Helix
3,
is now following.
2, 1.
Oh my god, I got symbiotic relationship. Is that meant to go on me?
Maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you draw?
Yeah, I feel a bit rusty. Oh my god. I definitely did one or two misclicks there. I'll get back in the rhythm. We'll get back in the rhythm. I've been playing mostly DK. I'm trying to get my keystone levels up. For potentially playing with people. Yeah, no, that I pressed like I think I pressed Soothing Mist
Sylvanas
midway
didn't ask
through.
to be Ranger General, but she
It'll be
did
alright.
everything to the task, including her life.
It's pretty scary damage there at the start. I like saw someone get one shot. I was like, oh god, no, please not me. Are we going down? Yeah, we're going down. Okay.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
Luxi_WW is now following.
Oh my god, that just one-shot the druid. Oh, I'm gonna have to cancel that Fist of Fury. Because the healer died, basically. I was ticking down. I probably should have defended this before, to be honest. Ah. Okay. Is it too early to end the stream? Is it? Yeah. Is it too early to log off? I thought you said you're timing keys all day. That is incorrect. Actually, the stream title says, surely I time keys. Surely. See, I always have the title to fall back on when things go bad. I mean, yeah, I felt a little bit rusty there. Well, it'll get better. Oh, I instantly just clicked to 21. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get invited to that. That'll go swimmingly. Do I want to join a Skyreach 17? I think I can do. Yeah, I can do Skyreach 17. I thought I had that one. I think it might DK. I think. Am I just gonna die here? Let me. Yeah, I'll decline all these groups because that's just aura. I'll come to a. Yeah, I'll do a Skyreach 17. Sounds fun. Am I just gonna die here because I'm in a zone with prey? Oh, that doesn't tick too hard anymore. Oh, is it because I've got 9 stacks of Dance of the Wind. If I take this off, do I just start ticking? Yeah, I do. Okay. Okay. I do. Yeah, Dance of the Wind is still pretty strong. It's maybe not as like powerful as it was last expansion for some dungeons. Like there were some bosses you could just completely cheese with it. I mean, there might be this tier, but I haven't really experienced any like really valuable physical damage avoidance. Last seat of seat beams. Is that physical damage? Is it? Ain't no way. Oh my god, it's physical damage. You would not expect that. Alright, get me out of this zone. Please let me Hearthstone whilst taking down. Oh, please don't touch me. Am I sending Zenith off the cooldown every time now and not looking at Teb stacks? Yeah, essentially. Like, it's quite difficult to effectively reach 20 stacks every single time in M+. In Raid, it's a lot more viable. Just because you have constant uptime in a Raid situation, right? Whereas... Hold on. Whereas the issue with M+ is, although, like, you have, like, extended trash packs and stuff like that, there is always downtime between pulls. Like, you'll do a pack, and then there'll be some sort of downtime. As well as that, if, like, you're trying to always reach 20 stacks or whatever, you end up in situations where you're not, like, effectively using Zenith at, like, appropriate times, right? Like, let's say you pull a pack, and you have, like, Zenith up, but you're at, like, 10 stacks or something. Is it really worth trying to build up stacks more so that you can get a stronger Zenith later on? Or is it more valuable to send Zenith for pretty much every single trash pack in a dungeon? And it's just more valuable to always send Zenith, because even though it's like 10% less crit in that window, it's still a really powerful cooldown, right? Like, it's your damage window. Crit or no crit. Like, having extra crit is just a bonus. Whereas in Raid, you can be a bit more, like, efficient with it. And, like, you can end up, like, delaying Zenith sometimes if it makes sense to gain more crit strike. Does Windwalker benefit from Shaman a lot? It does benefit a bit. Sky Fury. Off the top of my head, Sky Fury is auto attacks, right? Whereas, does Shamans give Mastery now? Is it both? Is it Mastery and auto attacks? Either way, I mean, I'm going on the assumption that it gives us auto attacks. Correct me if I'm wrong. But we benefit a lot from auto attacking because auto attacking gives us flurry strike charges. It's why we take talents like martial agility. I suppose like you can argue Tiger Fang, but Tiger Fang just increases auto attack damage. But something like martial agility is really useful because it increases attack speed. So the faster we're attacking, the more chance we have to generate flurry strikes. Because that's how you actually generate them. It's through auto attacks. So any way to increase your auto attacks increases generation of flurry strikes. So in that case, yes. Shaman good. It's our third Windwalker monk. Oh god. Cursed dungeon run. Hello, I'm first time in your channel. Show me how to play Windwalker. I play for 16 keys and all-time damage range 3. I'd love to show you how to play Windwalker, but I'm pretty sure you joined and I wiped within 2 minutes of a dungeon, so I apologize. That's not great. Not a great showcase of Windwalker. In my defense, it wasn't my fault, maybe? I mean, failing an M plus is always kind of a team effort, right? There's always stuff you probably can do. Actual tank joined. Triple monk setup. I have to fly there, don't I? Because I don't have my ports anymore.
Remember to finish crossing the river before you tell the crocolisk he has bad breath.
I wonder if it's worthwhile race changing to something like Dwarf. I probably won't. But I can definitely see the appeal of playing Dwarf, especially if you want to like push an M+. Just having a way to actually reduce damage, but as well as like dispel things is just kind of OP. Like, don't get me wrong, Panda's good. But I feel like when I don't have Fort Brew and I don't have Karma, oh my god, I'm in so much danger. I'm curious, Windwalker seems good in physical comp, Bear plus Resto Shaman Warrior plus Cat or something. Yeah, I mean, generally that is like the sort of comp you would run a Windwalker in. I think the issue is that that's just at like the highest level. There are just better ways of doing that. If you really want the physical buff, you're probably instead just going to play with a Brewmaster. Like, let's see the... We can have a look at the comp. What does the comp of the top Windwalker at the moment play? I imagine it is probably exactly what you said, more or less. Yeah, so he plays with Bear, Shaman, Shaman Healer, Paladin, and Warrior. Which kind of makes sense. Like, that is the sort of comp that you probably would want to Windwalker in, because everything's physical damage. Everything's pretty much melee. That's why you're running the Resto Shaman. It's very similar to the War within Season 3, where that was like a similar sort of comp, except you ran Prop Warrior instead, because that was the better tank. And then you probably played like Feral Druid and Rogue. But like in like the ultimate physical comp, like if a group is actually trying to push for like the highest keys possible and they only want to play physical, there are better choices than Windwalker, right? You probably, if you really want the 5% buff from the monk passive, you would probably play Brewmaster and then put a Druid elsewhere. The biggest issue with Windwalker right now is it's just really squishy. Like its survivability is just really rough, and it is extremely noticeable the higher keystones you go. Like if you look at like raid deaths are a great example of this. Windwalker is like number 1 or 2, and it's like not even close. Like there's massive gaps then between the next specs. It's just really, really squishy naturally. Its defensives are okay, but like in comparison to other spec defensives, they're actually really weak. Like Touch of Karma is decent, but all it can do really, its best use is against a massive burst of damage. And once that's over, good luck. And Fort Brew is okay, until you consider that other specs basically have Fort Brew on 2 stacks, and it's just way stronger. Oh god. That hurts so much. On my DK, I'd press Death's Advance and take 0 damage from that. It's actually insane. I would straight up press Death's Advance. I didn't think that did any damage. I'm not even joking. I thought that was a non-damaging ability. Like genuinely so tilted. I don't know if anyone's been like hit by its like glaive when you know for a fact you shouldn't have been hit by its glaive, but it happened to me twice yesterday on my DK. I was like stood behind the boss when it threw out its glaive and it hit me. And then I also died another time when it came back and I was also like behind the boss. Like, so pretty much now every time this glaive comes out, I am going to Africa because I feel like its hitbox is fake. I don't know if I'm just being crazy. I have no idea what that person has posted in the YouTube chat, but do not install that macro. I will try to delete it when I have a chance. High Monk's macro for 200% damage spinning crane kick. I promise you, if you press that, if you install that macro, your computer is getting hijacked. Please do not put that in. Yikes. Although, now he says it, 200% increased damage on spinning crane kick. Lock in. Yeah, so this, I'm moving so far away from, see? I mean, maybe the healer was actually in front of that. Okay, we have CRs. But like, I feel like this hitbox is so fake. This boss is well, we're having some bad times with this boss. I think we're resetting the dungeon.
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
Let me delete this real quickly on the YouTube. Yeah, I feel like I don't know if I'd say this boss is the hardest one in the dungeon, but it like I feel like a lot of keys like suffer on this boss. Like it's really easy for this boss to be like the bane of this dungeon. I feel like there's like compared to the other bosses, there's a lot going on, especially when like you start throwing out the glaive and you got the tornado mechanic. It can get pretty hectic. Very easy to get hit by stuff.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
Do I prefer Shadow Panel Conduit? I think I preferred Conduit in the War Within. I'm not a massive fan of its current iteration. Like, I know a lot of people like Zuin, and I was a big fan of Zuin as well, but I think it being removed from Shadowpan really highlights the big flaw with it, in that you're forced to line up 2 cooldowns to do damage. I should have gone the other way. I should still go the other way. Cringe. And I think that's like a big flaw with Conduit, is that because you have to line up 2 major cooldowns to do damage, like if you don't line them up, you send them out like one by one, like at separate times, you get like, it's a really bad damage, right? And that kind of locks Conduit into very precise cooldowns, which can be very inflexible for things like Mythic Plus, where you need a bit more flexibility in cooldowns, really. So Shadowpan being just Zenith actually like kind of opened my eyes a little bit to how powerful it was just to have a singular major cooldown. So I'd say probably I'm not as big a fan as I was of Conduit. I think the playstyle's cool though. I do like actually pressing Conduit. Like I think the gameplay's fun, like the increased haste and stuff like that. I think the actual reliance on such strict 1 minute 30 or even 2 minute cooldowns, right? Pretty punishing. I'm just waiting for them to buff Slicing Winds again. I'm so surprised that they nerfed it so badly that we no longer even have the option to run it. I wouldn't be surprised if next tier they make it so that Slicing Winds is actually strong enough to run. Because it feels weird but they we have like this big talent at the bottom of the tree, and it's just so bad to even play it.
Jackhard 2 is now following.
Not fast enough to roll. It's spawned on me during a Will and Dragon Punch. I thought I had a little bit more time. Luckily they don't do that much damage. So here I am gonna save Zenith, right? Because I just don't think... I think we'll kill the boss without Zenith. And it just means that my next, the next trash pack that we do, I'm gonna do a lot more damage. So that's like situations where it's worth holding for TB stacks. It can just be situational. Oh, I'm an idiot. I don't know why I did that.
Survive.
Don't worry about the thought process. There was no thought process. That's the neat part. I'll explain the thought process. Essentially, right, hear me out, I got hit by the gale, and I thought to myself, ah, sweet, I'll use this cool ability called Transcendence to put back onto the platform. And then I placed the Transcendence, and then I realized, hold up, this leaves a thing on the floor that does damage and probably one-shot me, so I can't come back to the Transcendence. And my brain was too slow to jump. That's the thought process. This boss is going to be interesting because we got to do some soaking. And as you can see, I'm already being hit by this beam right here. Windwalker's defenses for this boss are pretty null. I might have to Soothing Mist once or twice. Yeah. How close to perfect are the best players' rotations in Raid? The best players rotationally, they'll be pretty much perfect. That's why they're the best players. Okay, beams scare me. Yeah, same. I'm gonna Fort Brew the first one, because I want this defensive back first. Okay, I'll let him take it first, because he's calmed it. And then, when his health looks rough, I'll tag in. We'll tag team it. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so bad. Alright, this is going to be the health pot one. And then the one after that, we should be able to use defensives again. Then hopefully we don't get a... Well, in an ideal world, we don't get another set where my health pot would have been... I mean, that's with Fortifying Brew, right? Like, Jesus Christ. Actually, illegal damage. Alright, so now this next one's where I would have to use health pot, but I don't have health pot anymore. God, rest my soul. Just kill it fast. Oh, Jesus.
Your survival
Okay.
wasn't necessary.
Maybe I should have Soothing Mist. Will and Dragon Punch breaking the line and giving the boss a stack? I didn't notice that. Does it actually do that? If so, that is cringe. clean. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't awful. We're at 1 tick of DPS off of not double dying. It's still very timeable. Bird. Uh-oh. No, not getting baited into chasing that. This boss is pretty chill, like, damage-wise. Like, a defensive here, a defensive there for Sunbreaker, but... Oh god, the bird's on me. Never mind, I lied. Damage hurts. Oh, come on. Don't be like that bird. Ooh!
Stormforge 2505 is now following.
I'm just not going at that bird. Thoughts? Oh, I'm just even missed in this. I lied. There's too much damage on this boss. It's fine as long as you don't get fixated. I want to say, like, swear fixations on this boss are meant to, like, target range. Is that, like, gaslighting myself? Is it the fact that we don't have any range? That might also...
Garvias is now following.
I was so sure that they, targeted just range. Oh, stop. Now we get to play Can He Make the Jump? And this might surprise you. But I first time it every time because I'm just goated. Okay. Nothing makes me feel more pathetic than channeling a 6% DL with Soothing Mist. No, true. But like, if it saves your life, you kind of have to. But like, realistically, other classes do not have to do stuff like that. Like, you know, like unless it's like a heavy immunity, like an ice block or something, or a turtle. Like, you do not have to. Oh, we're waiting here. I'm stupid. I don't read. I don't read too good. This is going to be rough. Oh, God, I just want a puzzle box, please. Now, normally I wouldn't double Zenith a pack like this, but I think this pack is probably the hardest one in the dungeon, which sounds a bit crazy, and maybe it's not. But I've done enough keys to know, like, that we've wiped just these two mobs alone. Like, I've had so many Sky Reaches just die here, because there's just too much damage on your tank or something. So although definitely better to have not sent it, I don't know, I guess I've just experienced too much, like, bad things there. too much bad things. That's not even English. Too many bad things. Windwalker damage without Zenith is pretty despair. Oh, please God, no.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
We actually ran out of CC. That's crazy, by the way. I mean, I suppose I had thingy. Oh, that feels so bad. This dungeon was timeable. It might still be, but like very yeah. I just don't know how we don't have enough CC for this. Maybe we might have just overlapped it. Is this boss doable in 3 minutes? 2 minutes? 2 minutes 30? I mean, maybe, right? With Lust? Be very tight. Okay, yeah. Just one shot. Yeah, okay. That's what I mean by Windwalker squishiness. It's so squishy when you're out defenses. What do you do? I mean, I think it's faster for me not to run, right? Like, I even hit a Vivify. No, I even hit a Vivify. But it's like, if you're out of defenses, such a squishy class. The sparks.
Mentality Man _ is now following.
I appreciate all the follows, by the way. There's been like a few since I started streaming. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I'm just bleeding out. Bleeding out through karma, by the way. God, I love this ability. I mean, we haven't lusted. Not saying it's timeable. Oh, okay. We did bloodlust. I don't think it would have made any difference. Oh god. It's all downhill from here. Have I ever made anything else beside Monk? I play DK. Since this season. I have a max level DK as well. Which I can assure you is feels a lot better to play. I think what makes it just feel better to play is the fact that, like, if you're ever in trouble or anything, you just, like, you always have some way of surviving. Oh, am I going through the fire? Oh, Lord, no. Oh, takes you above the fire. That's kind of nice. Do I think bringing back good karma would help bring karma back as a proper defensive? Remind me what's good karma? I don't recall what good karma is off the top of my head. Heals for all the damage. Though it would definitely help. So what is it now? It's like, it's just an absorb shield, right? I don't know if that would fix it. I mean, the issue with that, I think, is that I still don't think it would be good, because usually if you're pressing karma, you're pressing it before you take damage, right? Like, you're using it as a shield before, like, the big damage comes in, so usually you're not at low health when that happens. You're usually pressing it prior to it, so you're already, like, pretty high health. So, like, it depends. Did it heal, like, instantly for the damage you took, or did it heal over time? Because it makes a big difference. I mean, I think realistically, the biggest change they could do is making something like Fort Brew have 2 charges. It's like a very simple fix. But if you think about, like, other specs, like Hunter has survival of the fittest, right? And that is essentially Fortifying Brew, but it has 2 charges. And it's stronger, by the way. It gives you actually more defense than Fortifying Brew does. Because the issue with Fortifying Brew is, like, naturally it's already on like it's on a 2-minute cooldown, right? Which you cannot take an M+. That's crazy. And that then makes it 30-30, which is good. But you always have to take the 1-minute 31, otherwise you're playing with 2-minute defensive and a 1-minute 30 karma, which is like nothing. Maybe if, like, This choice note is a bit awkward, I think. I think it should just be baseline
Jensen Orb is now
130, and then
following.
Iron Shell Brew should just be a thing on its own, right? So that would make a big difference if like our actual fortifying brew was stronger. But I feel like it's not even the strength of fortifying brew. 'Cause fortifying brew is like it's a decent defensive, but it's the fact we're so limited by when we can press defensives. Like I died a few times in that dungeon, right? But like a good example is the one at the end of that fight, or the end before the boss. I was completely out defensives, and like Windwalker was just so squishy, it just kind of like dropped. And like, what are your options in that situation? Your options are basically to spam Vivify. You get one free instant cast, but it's still on the GCD, so that still sucks, and it barely heals you. It's a pretty much a tickle, and then maybe Soothing Mist if you're fast enough. But then at that point, you're giving up DPS to heal yourself, and like that feels awful. And it's not only that you're giving up DPS to heal yourself, you're giving up chi, or energy even. So if I'm stood here and I'm like dying, not only am I giving up DPS just to survive, but now when I finish healing myself, I have no energy. I come out of that with no energy to do anything. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's a double feels bad. Like the only time Soothing Mist ever feels good to press is if you're able to like insta-click it and you're using it just for like a 6% DR, like as like a quick insta-cast block of like damage. But if you're ever forced to like press it because you're taking just so much damage and you want to be able to like spam instant vivifies out, it like that just feels awful because no damage, you're doing no damage, and you're screwing yourself up for when you finish doing it. You know what I mean? Like I think it'd be awful if we got no defensive changes going into Season 2. Like, it just needs to be something. Because, like, I played a lot of other classes this tier. And they all just have so much more, package-wise. Like, I've never played Hunter before, and I started leveling a Hunter, and I was, like, absolutely gobsmacked in the fact that they had a full immunity in Turtle. They have Survival of the Fittest, which is 2 charge Fortifying Brew. And then as well as that, they also have Exhilarate, which is just a heal, like a 30% heal
is now
on
following.
a 1 minute cooldown. I was like, what do you mean? Like, that has a lot of survivability, right? And then, like, other classes as well. I mean, DK is just the perfect example, right? It has an AMS, which is Diffuse Magic, but on steroids. And it's on a 45-second cooldown. Like, huh? What do you mean it's on a 45-second cooldown? As well as that, they have, like, Vivify Plus, right? So, like, they also have to spend a GCD to heal themselves, but it's through Death Strike. And spoiler alert, Death Strike heals you more for the more damage you take. So, like, it's really easy to utilize. And you can spam it if you want to. Whereas Vivify, you get the one free cast with after Rising Sun Kick, and then it will have a channel on it. Whereas Death Strike, yeah, it just costs a rune in it. So yeah, I just think we're very squishy, and it like really shows at times. It's just a downside to the spec at the moment, unfortunately. All right, what's been said? What have I missed? How do I move my frames with the abilities? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. At 21s, it feels like everything is fatality. I mean, that's like, at the start of the stream, that's what I was saying, like, basically why some of the, like, top monks that are doing these 21s and 22s, they're running versatility. Not all of them. But I'm pretty sure because I was looking at the highest rated Windwalker, and although versatility is such a bad stat right now for us, they're pretty much having to run it because, like, just the extra survivability. Like, it's not even a lot. They're running 4%, but just anything. Like, they take the DP, they take the L, basically, on DPS just for survivability. I don't know. We're just very squishy. Anyway, more keys. we will go back to trying to fill out these as 6 students. I have 2 BIS one-handed weapons on Mythic. Should I aim for a 2-handed weapon? No time to raid Mythic, so it's kind of hard to find pugs to farm a Mythic 2-handed weapon. Is it worth more? It is. Like, it's not like end of the world if you don't have a 2-handed weapon, but it just scales better. What does scales better mean? It just means it does more damage. Like, which gets me to, like, when people are like, can you explain why it does more damage? Like, the answer is it just scales better. How does it scale better? I don't actually know how it scales better. It's just Blizzard math, basically, that allows a 2-hander to scale better. Usually it's later on in an expansion. We're not talking like massive amount of damage difference. It's like about 1%-ish. But if you're like truly min-maxing, you do want a 2-hander weapon. On top of that, having a 2-hander costs you less of the Void Forge core things, but I mean, you have unlimited of those, so that's up to you if you value that as much. Yeah, it just does more damage by having the 2-hander. So ideally you do want it. The best way to do it would be to run something like not Skyreach, like Mazera Caverns or something, and try to get the Traitor's Talon. And you only have to run this on a 10 and then use like bonus rolls. But once again, right, you like if you're super unlucky, this is going to take you 7 bonus rolls to get. So, like, having 2 Mythic track one-handed weapons is not bad. Like, it's not like you're trolling and you can't go do content. But it should be, like, a long-termish goal to try and get a 2-handed weapon. It's not, like, massive damage difference. If Light's Potential and Mastery Flash sims higher, single target, should I use that, or is there variants? I use Versamith Chim Weapon and TSX Gloves, because it's what sims highest don't have BIS. So I lose all Versa with Recklessness. Yeah, so in that case, yeah, you should 100% run the Light's Potential, because what the sim's basically doing is... So in an ideal world, you have no versatility, right? But there are situations where you're gearing, like you're gearing up your character, you know? You're getting some gear, and your best in slots right now, highest item level or even 4 set, have versatility on them, and you're not going to drop those because it has versatility on it. So that makes it so the Recklessness loses a bit of value, because the power of the Recklessness comes in the fact that it gives you tons of stats, and it takes nothing away when you have 0 versatility. But because you have versatility, it's actually not as valuable. Like, although versatility isn't a great stat, you're still stealing, like, basically damage from yourself by removing it with your Recklessness pot. So it's more valuable to run the Light's Potential in that situation until you... And then I guarantee the moment that you have, like, 0% versatility, like, you get a new weapon and you switch out the verse tier set, then it will tell you to start using Recklessness. So that's basically how it works. It's the same way that... if you're progging a boss and you use a Vantus rune, it gives you 270 versatility. And 270 versatility, but it's not a percentage. You know when bears give you verse, it's a percentage, so it doesn't actually add to your raw. The Vantus rune gives you raw versatility, and the Recklessness pot reduces that by 213. So you've essentially lost your entire Vantus rune worth of versatility when you use this pot. And that in itself is such a big loss that it's actually... Sims will prefer it if you're using a Vantus rune to run Light's Potential. Because you're essentially, during your big damage windows, your Vantus rune's not, like, there, if that makes sense. So that's kind of how that works. So TLDR is just always trust the Sims, right?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5,
Alright, so let's hope this one goes a bit better than the one at the start of the stream.
1.
That did not
Sisters were the
go
last
well.
of these halls, but they threw
I'm not saying it was depleted within 2 minutes,
If we can calm
but
the spirits here, maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
okay, Hunter does some damage. Okay, we got some competition. I like that. The question is, are we going all the way down? It looks like we're not, so I'm going to send here. Some tanks will go all the way down and bring this along. I feel like more so tanks actually prefer just pulling this as it is up here. But it's always worth, like, seeing what the tank's actually doing before I send cooldowns, because if I send cooldowns as we're running down...
Theresa was the Peacekeeper of our family. She spent many
So now we get the territorial dragons, and these things are terrifying. So we're gonna hit that with a... I forget what the ability's called. Pandoracial. Then we somehow have aggro. It's casting again. Jesus Christ. I swear, every time I look over and see what something's casting on, it's on me, by the way. It's just spam casting me. Okay. It has worked out I am the squishiest target in this dungeon, and it is throwing hands. The Blizzard AI did a quick test. Works out which character was the easiest to one-shot. It instantly chose me triple spellcast straight on my face. Alright, and then we'll puzzle box downstairs with this next Zenith. That'll go well. Target the Restless Spirits. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, wait. I'm getting baited. Please don't kill me. Woo! What am I listening to right now? It's like extremely epic, but it's too epic for me to focus on what's actually happening in this dungeon. I feel like I'm like watching the climax of a film or something. Meanwhile, I'm just in a 16 win Aspire. Yeah, that was alright. But once again, it was like one of those pulls where I don't have any defensives, and I'm just like there, like, please, don't target me with anything. It's actually so terrifying.
The soothing sounds of my heart brought Theresa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
Bro, it's one stomp, I'm sorry. Alright, this hurts a lot, so we're gonna pop Fortifying Brew for that. I feel like everyone's just stopped pressing damaging buttons. Why is this stuff like sat here at like full health? I'm just gonna send. Because I swear I'm looking at these health bars and nothing is moving. I guess everyone's holding for the next pack. Alright, I'll target this territorial and then CC it, and then can we get the other one? And I'll paralysis it when it starts casting. Yeah. And that deals with that. And if they cast again, I'll send out the Panda Racial. For the life of me, I cannot remember what it's called. Paralysis Palm? That does not sound correct.
Well now, that
Although,
Hawk seems to have stolen my
that is exactly what it does.
she won't get too close to that fight.
Quaking Palm. There we go. Nailed it. Oh, you had to dash during a fist. Of course you did. I want to save Karma here, yeah, for this. Surprisingly, that actually hurts quite a lot. Don't you dare dash. Don't do it. Oh my god, I got hit with the double. Oh, I'm gonna health pot that. Oh, that's just too much damage. And now I get to play my favorite game, which is pray that the healer presses healing on me because I've got nothing left. This is what I call the Windwalker special. Good news, they did it. We'll have Fort Brew again for the next one, which is good. Oh, come on. Soothing missed it, the initial hit, and then dash. Alright. Probably unnecessary, but I mean, I'm just trying to take as little damage as possible. Okay, sure, why not? Alright, surely I don't get targeted by another one, right? Surely. Surely not. Oh my god, I karma'd.
She reminds me of Arisa. My sister was also ferocity.
I deserve to die in the next trash pack. I watched the 21 Windrun Aspire and the Windwalker Monk was always dead during the Burning Gale phase. I mean, like, I was popping Fortifying Brew during that. I did not feel like I was any safer. Like, I popped Fort Brew and it felt like my health was still dropping about the same amount. Add like 5 keystone levels to that. Oh, what do you do?
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
I am actually running detox. If I know these,
Only the
Okay.
strongest survive.
I was gonna say I'm running detox. If any of the poisons actually go through. Oh, I missed GTFO. I miss GTFO so bad. I mean, GTFO, like, is still a thing. I have it installed, but it does not, like, tell you as much. I mean, just lock in and notice it underneath you. It's a great rebuttal. Have you considered just watching your monitor? Yeah. That's a great counter argument. I'm so excited for this next boss. I feel like I feel like every boss I do, I seem to complain. But like, I'm just thinking to myself internally, how am I going to survive some of these things? Like the like each puddle hits like a truck. How am I surviving? Maybe that's the fun of it. It's like an increased difficulty level. I can't interrupt. The tank's not happy. He just said, "Can you stop trolling, please?" 'Cause someone died. Two deaths, by the way. I don't know if I'd equate that to trolling. Oh god, the hunter's gonna die. He's gonna scream. The tank's gonna scream. +2. That absolutely chunks. That is without defensives though. So we've done the one without defensives. After this, I can now kind of defensive. Although I need a defensive for when the ghost starts howling. And I don't have Fortifying Brew up for that because that's 13 seconds away. So I think I'm just going to take this damage. Yeah. Kind of regret sending Zenith there. Ow. Don't you love it when you jump out for a mechanic and no one interrupts the cast? And it's targeting you. Yeah, I'm just going to say Fort Brew. I think the puddles are chill to deal with. Things said moment before dying, by the way. I have one more Zenith in the bag for this boss. I'm going to wait for my puzzle box and this shout. So when they're like nice and stacked up, basically. So once the spew's gone out, I delayed there because I wanted to interrupt. I think that was worth it. I was just concerned someone's gonna get one shot. This boss is actually not that bad. I think this is maybe a don't worry about defensives thing. I'll pop a defensive now anyway, just because... why not? Alright, yeah, that was actually not too bad. That was pretty clean.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved to be admired, but she never wanted to be worshipped.
How'd the 17 Skyreach go? We didn't time it. We were close. We were like a minute or so off. I mean, I could have played better, to be honest. It's one of those things, though, where I swear I just play worse at the start of, like, a stream. Just because, I don't know, first key of the day. Or second key of the day, I suppose, technically. You just feel a bit rusty. But trust me, now I'm locked in. I don't die to silly things. I'm a tiny bit scared of the next room, because there's a lot of pretty big, like, burst AoE. I think I have to calm the explosion from the big ogre, and then maybe fort brew the next one. AMZ would go so hard here. Oh, and we're doing a humongous pull as well. Oh, good God. Not gonna lie, I touch a calm with the wrong ability. Oh dear God. Please stop. The axe throws, please grip them in. Grip them in, we don't have a DK. Why are we even running this dungeon? Running a dungeon without a DK? What are we doing here? Oh my God. This is gonna hurt so bad. Ow. Okay, well I've thought of buying brew for the next one. We're chilling now. Everyone chill out. We don't need grips. I mean, interrupts would be cool, but we don't need those either, actually. Is he going to get this cast off? Oh, he is as well. I'm just going to take it. Oh, the healer also decided they were going to take it. Oh, they raised. Oh no, that was silly. Shouldn't have raised. We would have been able to get a res off. And the tank's going to lose his mind now again. Oh God, everyone hide. He's going to start slurring. Oh God, he's so mad. Oh Lord, no. Oh God, he's tilted. Oh my God, they're fighting. They're fighting. Guys, please, can we all just be friends? We're all friends here. Friends that do keys together. Come on. Come on now. Oh, DK would go hard here. What I like to do when I play this boss as a DK is you stack up under this guy, and then you just grip everything in. Oh, it's this really cool tech, actually. Secret tech. I actually like doing that for most trash packs, actually. You fight a trash pack, and then there are mobs on the outside, and you just grip them in. Oh my god, it's revolutionary. And the craziest part is, that it's on like a 15-second cooldown. And you know what's even crazier than that? It resets if you kill them. Oh my god, DKs. I should play my DK. Oh. Oh, I suppose it's so awkward to use Fist of Fury on. I might be able to puzzle box this. Yeah, I'll be able to puzzle box into double zenith here. That's kind of nice. That's what I mean, though. I don't know why we're not stacking up the trash mobs on the big purple guy, but... I mean, I don't have a taunt. I mean, I do have a taunt, but I'm not taunting the mobs. I'm not tanking, I'm not saying anything. He'll blame me and curse my family or something. Because we're not going to 2-chest this. But between us, I promise you, if the healer rezzed or not, this was not a 2-chest. Don't tell him that. He will lose his mind. On the plus side, it's like very timeable. We would have to do something demonic on the last boss. I'll make a monk today. You should. Monk's fun. But like the general content, right? Like in plus 10s to 12s as well, or even 14s and stuff like that. Like survivability is not as much of an issue as well, so it's just really, really fun. And your cooldowns line up with almost every single trash pack. It's very enjoyable. So like for casual playing and stuff. I mean, it's fun for trying to like do higher keys as well and raiding, but just like what I'm trying to say is it's just fun. It's fun in general. Did this guy just say, I guess you don't know who I am? Huh? What do you mean he didn't hit? He did not just hit us with a you don't know who I am. Do you know who I am? That's crazy. You better be someone super famous. You better be Mr. Mythic Plus. Or I should get an autograph. Ziri. Yeah, it's because the healer said you are not a pro, and he replied, "Do you even know who I am? You don't know who I am." Lock in. I'm gonna hit this real quickly because I'm just bleeding out and I'm I'm playing a bit silly on this boss because I'm just laughing at what this guy said.
IAMK null is now following.
That's so funny though. I low-key want us to deplete this key just to see what he'd do. That's a bit toxic though. I also want us to time the key to see what he'd do. I'm open to both reactions. Maybe time it. I don't want to do. I don't want to do this again. Oh, healer's dead. We have CRs. Oh shit, we don't. Oh, we do. Oh god, please. I was joking. I'm fucking dead. I'm actually so dead. I'm actually have to Soothing Mist this. Oh, I'm out of energy because Soothing Mist costs energy. Okay, we're alive. That was the most anticlimactic Soothing Mist ever. Pop Soothing Mist. Presses Vivify twice. Still pretty much dies. I've kind of fucked this up, so I'm gonna have to Transcendence this. And then, oh, you know what? Just kill the boss. Get it. We don't do mechanics here. Just kill the boss. What an experience. I want to know who he is.
At last, spirits that linger within these halls have found peace.
I want to know who he is.
To do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until I return home. Thank you, champions.
I didn't think this dungeon went too bad, to be honest. Like in the grand scheme of things, this was actually a relatively clean dungeon. Like 4 deaths is actually not bad, and timing it by 5 minutes is pretty good. But this isn't. Oh, that's so funny. Go to player 3.1k. All right. Yeah, sorry, I haven't really read chat for a little bit because doing a key in it. Anyone doing high M plus will not hit you with a do you know who I am? It just reminds me of there's a British meme. I don't know if people know British memes, but it's like, do you know who I am? I'm Ronnie Pickering, mate. And it's just some dude in a car. And the guy's just like, I have no idea who you are. And it's like ingrained in my brain. It's like British culture at this point. If anyone says, do you know who I am? The answer is just straight up Ronnie Pickering. Yeah, I'm bloody Ronnie Pickering, mate. Oh, good. Is it bound to use Transcendence in this boss instead of a knock-up? It actually is. That's why I was saying at that part. Basically, what happens with this boss is it puts a dot on you. If you ever like, you get a blue circle on top of your head, right? Electric circle. And I want to say it happens 2 times per phase, like 2 times per big ghost circle that's sent out. So like, anytime you get that, you kind of want to knock yourself up. So you knock yourself up the first time, and that removes it, and then it comes back, and you knock yourself up again for the second one. I'm pretty sure it comes on you twice. No, it doesn't come on you twice. It goes on you twice. It goes on you twice. So the issue of transcendencing is if you still have the dot on you, basically, and you transcendence, you haven't removed it off of yourself. The issue with like popping loads is you can see that every time you pop an arrow, the massive blue circles appear of electricity, and then you have to clear those as well, so it can get overwhelming. It's why you'll see me like try and knock myself up nowhere near the boss. Like I try and like look for like certain areas where there's a lot of them puddled up, so then it's really easy to clear. It's basically like a management thing. Like there's no like if you don't have the circle on top of your head, then you can transcendence and it's fine, right? But you're still going to be ticking down if you basically have that on you in your transcendence. I think it's the same thing with like if you AMS it or something, you still have the bad dot on you, you haven't removed it. Yeah, phrasing. You should make rotation raid build in M+. Yeah. I mean, I have made like a few guides this season. But I spent a lot of time like raiding, right? And I don't have a lot of time at the moment to be doing like videos and stuff. Because I'm not like streaming that much. I stream like once or twice a week here or there. I do try upload keys and stuff. It is always hard though, I think, when like you post a key video to know what's going on. I do try explain, like as I go through a dungeon, but that is fair with like rotation and stuff. Why am I actually pressing this then and that? So coming twice and then popping a load, anything else I should know? No, that's about it. That's how you play the Restless Heart Windrunner fight. What percentage of haste and crit do you go for on Windwalker? I'm a bit confused right now because I'm at 32% and 31%, and I don't know which one should be top for the pre-pop. So I spoke about this a little bit at the start of the stream, but essentially this can flip-flop. Previously in before 0.5, it was very strict that you had to have it on haste because we gained so much crit from our Apex talent. But because we don't gain as much crit from our Apex talent anymore, it's actually valuable to have more crit. And so it completely depends, like, on your gear. Like, it's almost a character by character basis. I can't be like it's no more like haste is the best one for you. Sometimes it's haste, sometimes it's crit. For me right now, crit is the best one for me to have because the Sims recognize that my haste is like a decent amount. It likes whatever my haste is at the moment, and it's decided that if I get the crit pop with the Apex talent, this is just my strongest overall like build. But then a couple of weeks ago, it was still haste. Haste was still the best one for me to get. Probably because I had another ring that didn't have like haste in it or some other gear. Basically, it's all to do with secondary stats and balancing, but there's no like fixed answer for it. It is just like it's a sucky answer, but it is the true answer. It's like you just kind of have to sim it, and whatever the sim says at the time is the pot you should be using because it will change. It can change just from switching out one piece of gear. Like if I switched out my, I don't know, my belt for something else, it might actually shift it. Yeah, damage wasn't too bad either. It's about where I'd expect it. I would have thought spinning crane kick mode would be a bit higher, but maybe I just didn't press it as much in that dungeon. What have I got? Got void shards. Okay. Oh, I can actually teleport to this dungeon again. We're free. What would the number one most common thing be that people mess up with Windwalker rotation? I think I agree with what some people have said. Clipping Fist of Fury or cancelling Fist of Fury is probably one of the biggest crimes you can commit because you end up losing so much damage as a result. I'd probably say Breaking Mastery as well is also a pretty big one. Because every time that you break Mastery, you've essentially lost a bunch of damage, and then you have to gain the stacks back up again. Your hit combo stacks. But you also lose damage naturally by breaking Mastery, so that's also a big one. But you probably lose more damage by actually cancelling Fist of Fury, to be honest. Because Fist of Fury does more damage. It does like 5 ticks of damage. And each tick that it does during its cast increases. So like the first one will be its lowest amount of damage, the next one a bit more, bit more, bit more. So your biggest amount of damage from Fist of Fury actually comes from its final tick, and its final tick can be at like 0.1 seconds left. So if you end up cancelling that by pressing another button, you've lost your biggest chunk of Fist of Fury damage. And I'd say that happens quite a lot if you don't have like macros and things in place to stop that happening. So all my abilities essentially have macros on them that don't allow me to cancel Fist of Fury because I'm a spammer, right? When I'm channeling something, I like to spam my next button so I can press it as soon as possible. but I don't want it to cancel Fist of Fury. You know what I mean? So I'd highly recommend, if you don't run macros for Windwalker, to run macros that stop you from cancelling Fist of Fury. But then the same macro allows you to cast during Spinning Crane Kick, because that's another thing, if you're not aware, is that you can actually cast during Spinning Crane Kick, and it will still do the damage of the second half of the Spinning Crane Kick. The only ability that you can't cast during Spinning Crane Kick is Fist of Fury. That does cancel it. But generally, I'm pretty confident saying that right
Vickers
now,
is
with
now
how little
following.
damage Spinning Crane Kick does, cancelling it with a Fist of Fury is probably the correct play. Like previously in the War Within, that would be a big no-no, because Spinning Crane Kick did so much damage. That would actually be a significant damage loss if you kept cancelling Spinning Crane Kick with Fist of Fury. Because Spinning Crane Kick does zilch damage, it's actually, like, delaying your Fist of Fury by that 0.5 seconds is probably actually more of a damage loss. So yeah, I'd say those are the two main things that are probably the biggest, I suppose, quotation mark, crimes that you can commit playing Windwalker: breaking Mastery and cancelling Fist of Fury. I always run into cancelling it for Zenith Stomp, like I forget and remember. Yeah, I did that a couple of times as well when the changes came out. You can also macro, you can technically macro Zenith Stomp as well. I think I have it. Yeah, I think it's essentially the exact same macro. But the issue is, I'm pretty sure you have to have it on a separate button. Like, that's the one downside, because you can't, and you might be able to do cast Zenith. Basically, I cooked this up at like midnight at some point. Someone asked about it. I'm sure on Peak of Serenity there'll be an actual macro that allows you to cast Zenith and then go into Zenith Stomp and then not cancel it, but yeah, no, I agree. So I don't have my Zenith macro to anything. That's like one of the only damaging abilities I have that I don't have in a macro. So yeah, you can cancel it with Stomp quite easily. I just do stomps around Whirling Dragon Punch to avoid double press or cancellations. Yeah, that's usually tends to be the best place as well to press it. Like, you're basically using it as your, like, replacement for Tiger Palm, which is why people actually have it macroed to Tiger Palm.
5,
That's a
4,
pretty common macro, is that people have Tiger Palm and Stomp together. So usually I'll end up pressing it around my pre-spinning Crane Kick or my Whirling Dragon Punch, so they don't really overlap. I wonder what route we're going to take. I swear, every time I come into Mazera Caverns, my Marinara Caverns? I don't know. Mazera Caverns, I swear it's a different route every time. Sometimes you go left, sometimes you go right. I think the most common one is probably right, though, at this point.
Another bag of coin for Moody.
My tank is bleeding out, by the way. Yeah, just watching his health bar. He had a nasty bleed on him.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
kind of pulling a little bit awkwardly for my cooldowns. Like, we keep pulling, like, a delayed elephant. So I'm, like, ending up having to double stack my Zenith. So I'm not sending, like, a Zenith on, like, a single mob or 2 mobs. I want powerful Zeniths. It's a little bit awkward. So, like, I'm getting more Tiger Brew stacks, which is good for the next pull, but I'm also overcapping Zenith a little bit, but it didn't feel right to send 2 there. So basically to be adding on a target dummy. I'm like, oh. Okay. Everything is targeting me. This is good. Once again, this would just be... This is one of those great dungeons for having grips. There's like so many casters that end up stunning outside of the pack. Like in these headhunters as well are so annoying. And then later on in the dungeon as well, there's mobs that just... You need to get in. DK's kind of good.
Who be stealing my kill? Who be letting Alazi's little kittens go?
How's Raid Prog going? Yeah, Raid Prog's good. We finished months ago. Not months, I think a month ago. Yeah, we finished Prog. And we got world rank 11, so Raid Prog went really well. Or 14, it depends which leaderboard you look at. But if you look at like WoW Progress, we got world rank 11. And everyone dead. Okay. Yeah, so the tier went really well. So we were aiming for like top 15 or top 20 even, I think is what we were actually aiming for. So being able to get like all the way up there was like really, really good. I haven't been able to raid the last boss on my bunk yet though. I think the dungeon's probably over, right? We'll see what the tank does. Yeah, that was unfortunate because the tank died and then everything just targeted me. There was not much I could really do about that. Alright, we're gonna keep going. That's fair. Yeah, so raid prog went well. But I haven't done lure on my monk yet because you basically need 2 DKs for it, and it's still a very hard boss fight. So I just play my DK for that fight when we re-clear it. But we managed to one-shot it actually the other night, which is pretty hype because I mean anyone that's done lure or watched lure, you know, like, oh my god, the amount of times you just end up wiping in P1. Jesus Christ, was it the bird? It was the bird. Oh, God. I even health putted. That just ended me. Yeah, I mean, yeah, tank died again. A bit of everyone's fault, I think. I'm hoping for a do you know who I am moment again. I am not. It was funny, but not really vibing it. I mean, if you time the key and you're successful and then he hits you with that, then it's funny. That's good. We go in again? No. Okay, bet. Understandable. What do I think the tank could have done differently there? Just curious. I do not know enough about Vengeance Demon Hunter tank to know what they could have done differently there. I don't even know what killed them. mean, it's maybe likely that that was a pack that they pulled that they didn't have meta for. And I think Demon Hunter tanks are pretty reliant on meta for, like, survivability. But on top of that, like, packs like that are really hard in these dungeons where you run a group that doesn't have, like, really easy ways to group things up. Like, for instance, that group comp is like, what, Hunter, Warlock, and Windwalker. Like, what are we actually doing to, like, if you pull a pack and then you run to the next one, how are you getting, like, those casters in realistically? Like, you don't have, like, really efficient ways to do that. So besides the fact that, like, it's a pretty big pull and maybe he didn't have enough defensives for it, you've also got casters in the back, spam casting things, like, my Ring of Peace is only pushing a mob so far. It's just awkward. Like, there are definitely, like, group compositions that make dungeons, like, 10 times easier. And by group compositions, I mean anything with a Death Knight. Let's see if I can get into a 17. You gotta believe in yourself, you know?
Gazoe is now following.
Am I playing Shadowpan or Conduit? I'm playing Shadowpan at the moment. It's not realistic to play Conduit in Mythic Plus right now, unfortunately. It's too weak in comparison to Shadowpan, like, just in terms of damage. Its damage isn't good enough, and its flexibility for when you can actually send damage is also just not good enough. So I'm probably not going to play Conduit for the entire season, to be honest. It's just not... It's not like previous seasons where both were, like, decent at different things in a Mythic Plus dungeon. Like, it's just so one-sided right now between the two hero talents. I did not mean to go in here. I need to fly to next point. Like, if you, like, look at, like, the top Windwalkers at the moment who have done, like, the 21s, the 22s, the 20s, I don't think any of them are Conduit keys. Whereas, like, previous seasons, like, sometimes you would have them playing Conduit for certain runs, right? It actually was sometimes better on certain dungeons. But I'm pretty sure they're all pretty much Shadowpan for everything. It'd be cool if there were some that had done Conduit that are up there, but it's basically just giving yourself a handicap for a spec that's already handicapped, right? Like, there's nothing, like, that's gonna make it better by playing Conduit. Like, you don't really get any added survivability. You're super inflexible in when you can actually send your cooldowns. And then outside of your cooldowns, you are cheeks. Okay. I guess it's my group now. Should I play Conduit or Shadowpan for Blore and Prog? It depends what you're after. If you're after more egg damage, then you play Conduit. But realistically, Shadowpan's fine as well. I've played both now, and I think Shadowpan just means, like, Shadowpan cannot reach the egg damage that Conduit can in that P2. Like, it cannot reach the highs, but it's easier to play, and its P1 damage is better. So it really depends what you're looking for. Realistically now, it's probably fine to not have, like, a super, like, have the Conduit damage in that egg phase to kill the boss. Because it's been nerfed so many times now that the health of the egg phase is nowhere near as bad, and we've got raid buffs, yada yada. So I'd probably recommend Shadowpan. And the cooldowns feel a lot better as well. You can essentially double Zenith on pull with Shadowpan, and then have double Zenith up for the egg phase. So it just feels nicer. I played it Whereas, well, like previously you had to like pop Zoo in at like 10 seconds before pull, and you had to pop your puzzle box. But like I actually found it chiller because the egg phase is longer as well now. It's 40 seconds to actually just pop puzzle box on pull, double zenith, and then not send anything until 2 minutes because it all just lines up back again. And even if the egg phase is like a couple of seconds in, because they extended the length of the egg phase, popping at 2 minutes is no longer that big of an issue because you'll still get 2 full zeniths for the entire period. And then the PI lines up nicely as well. Basically, the fight just feels a lot nicer, is what I'm trying to say. And you don't have to like do the really cringe stuff anymore if you play Shadowpan. So, I'd probably recommend Shadowpan, to be honest. Like, when I say like it won't reach the highs of Conduit, we're not talking like Conduit can do like 100,000 more damage per second. It's not that extreme anymore. It's like we're talking like maybe like 50, 60 or so from like peak to peak. And even then, it's like, you don't need that damage to kill it. And then you make up that damage as Shadowpan in P1, which can actually be important because the birds can still be really, like, detrimental in that second P1 as well. Like, they can be actually, like, really problematic. So being able to have, like, extra cooldowns and pump into those birds can make or break getting you to that second egg phase. And if you get to that second egg phase with enough players up, you're probably just killing the boss. So yeah, long-winded way of saying probably just play Shadowpan. It feels better, does better damage, and yeah. I actually don't think Windwalker damage is bad all this season, just super squishy. No, I don't think Windwalker damage is bad. Like you'd struggle to find specs that have consistent high AoE burst like Windwalker has. Like, don't get me wrong, some specs can do higher, like, AoE burst. Like, Shamans, when they have their Ascendants or whatever, can actually do higher AoE burst on the pull than you. But we can consistently do that throughout a dungeon run, whereas a Shaman has longer cooldowns. Windwalker can almost do that every single trash pack. So it has, like, its niche, where it's, like, got massive AoE damage, like, burst high damage potential. But it's super squishy, as you said, and that's like the biggest issue of it right now, is that like you can do high AoE burst damage, but if you're like fighting for your life and like you're thinking to yourself, how am I actually going to survive this boss if I don't have these defensives up? Like,
Boop 77 is now
I play my
following.
DK, and at no point am I thinking to myself, man, I wish I had a defensive right now. I just think to myself, this is fine. My defense is on such a short cooldown. They're going to come up at some point, and I have naturally more like health, naturally more armor, more survivability. So yeah, it is very squishy, but it does have a nice damage profile niche, which is pretty good for like most content. Like in the raid and stuff, like it's really good at bursting down like ads and stuff. Bit paddy, but is what it is. In M+, it can be really good at like nuking down like big packs like that have quite minimal health, right? Like it's very useful for that sort of thing. But then like it can fall off a little bit, like it extended trash portals and stuff. Like I think if you have like the ultimate Death Knight versus the ultimate Windwalker fighting a trash pack that's a minute long, the DK probably wins 9 times out of 10 because it ramps up its damage, but then its sustained damage is just so much stronger. But it does actually have like they've tried to give it like a relative niche in what its damage is. But how well that translates like going forward is difficult to tell. But I think Zenith's a really cool concept, and I'm like pretty confident saying it at this point, but I don't think they're going to add Stomp to the mastery because there've been a lot of hot fixes and they're definitely aware of it. Like it's been weeks, right, since 0.5, and they still haven't done it. So I mean, they might still do it, but I'm pretty confident that they're just like, Stomp's just not going to be on the mastery, which can be quite interesting, especially for like prog bosses and stuff next tier, like where it's actually killing ads becomes increasingly important, right? Like right now, killing ads on a boss tends to be paddy, right? Like you're killing the ads, but everyone's super high level. Everyone's got the raid buffs and stuff like that. The ads are going to die. But like on early prog, nuking down big trash packs is actually super important. If you think back to Forge Weaver or Raz, right? That boss on prog week 1. I think only Liquid and Echo killed it, maybe Method. Maybe a couple more guilds actually killed it, but it was extremely difficult, and the hardest part of that was nuking those ad sets down. If we had Windwalker in the shape it is right now, like, it would be so useful for that sort of thing, because ads were like, they had loads, like, they had a bunch of health, they spawned constantly, and they would wipe you a lot of the time. And then eventually those ads became like as you went weeks in, those ads were just like, who cares, bro? Just, they're gonna die, right? You know what I mean? So it can fit a really good niche. I think it would be screwed a little bit if they put Stomp onto the Mastery, because that stops you being able to, like, actually just high impact burst if you need to. But I'm pretty sure they're probably not going to do that at this point. I mean, maybe they might do it in, like, 0.1 or something, if they realize, actually, this is kind of a bit busted. But it's kind of cool. I kind of like it. But it also, like, it fundamentally doesn't work with our Mastery. Like, it's the opposite of how Windwalker works, and it can catch people out. Where if you, like, press a button, like Blackout Kick, and then Stomp, and then Blackout Kick again, you lose your Mastery, which doesn't make any sense, right? So that's easy to catch someone out. Or, like, you spinning Crane Kick or something, and then do that. You have to actually think about what you've pressed before you then have Stomp to make sure you don't press it again, which is almost the opposite of how you should think about our Mastery, which is, it's kind of funny. But I do, like, I do think it's better because it allows you to be flexible with how you use it, which I think is a stronger version of it. If they make it part of the Mastery, that means you do have to actually play it properly, and you can't do the, stomp, 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 which can be, like, super insane high burst AoE. And suddenly the damage gets spread out a bit, which isn't bad, and that's how you play, like, a lot of trash packs. But it can stop you, like, then having the option to do it like that, if it makes more sense to. Right, I'm just going to be right back 1 second. I'm just grabbing a glass of water, and then we'll attempt some more keys. It's all going to go well. Alright, 1 sec. I feel like the design would work a lot for past raid fights. Like last year, I feel the current Windwalker build would have been really good. Yeah, I mean, let's not get it twisted. This raid tier has been horrendous, not just for Windwalker, but for, like, melee in general. It's, like, it's a very weird raid tier that they've made that, like, really suits, like, range specs, I suppose. Range specs that can hit multiple targets and then benefit from hitting multiple targets, like, hunters and warlocks, that sort of jazz. Like, it's not as bad now, but, like, early on it was horrendous. But, like, every raid tier is different, right? So hopefully they've got the data and they've seen, like, how kind of skewed it was to range this tier, and they maybe make it so that some of the bosses are a bit more melee friendly. Because inherently, if you have multiple bosses, right, or multiple targets, like, think of I mean, there's so many examples of it in this tier, but what's her name? Illyria? Yeah, like, think about Illyria, right? Like, with the Rift Simulacrum, like, your melees can't, like, hit both of those. And obviously they, like, kind of share health to a degree, but if your you're a range spec that can hit both targets, suddenly you're doing like double damage and you're just way better. Paladins as well was an interesting one. That just, I mean, now melee's not too bad. Like Windwalker's actually really, really strong on Paladins. But during prog and stuff, it just was not like early prog. We're talking like week 1, week 2. You had to run a very specific comp with hunters to manage to do it. Like there's a bunch of examples of it. So like, basically your strength is dictated by how well your damage profile suits the tier you're in, and right now Windwalker just wasn't strong enough. The second, oh, what am I doing 16s here? The second downside to Windwalker is an issue that it always has, and that's that it is essentially competing for a spot as the monk in the raid, right? And right now, Brewmaster and Mistweaver are quite good, or they were. So if you're like competing for that spot with those two monk specs and they're good and Windwalker's just kind of mid, you just... That's the biggest struggle. Alright, we're doing Academy. Tell me I have a port. I don't have a port because I deplete all my keys. And people that time keys get their teleport back. I just checked logs and there's only an 18 WS as conduit. Winner and Aspire. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, right? Like, they'll be playing conduit if it's like, they can, but like realistically then eventually they'll get to a point where it's just like, you cannot. Like, if you're doing like your 10s and your 12s and stuff, you can probably play whatever you want. You could probably play without casting a Fist of Fury and you'd be okay. Probably not, actually, that does a lot of damage. But like at the highest level, like the 20s and stuff like that, you have to play what's strongest. And unfortunately, Conduit is just so far behind. It's why you see on raid bosses as well. Like, no one plays Conduit on any raid bosses. Or if they do, they're like miles behind anyone that's just playing Shadowpan. And it comes back to that flexibility I was talking about with cooldowns.
Texas00 is now following.
Like, Conduit has to essentially pop every 1 minute 30 or 2 minutes. And if it doesn't, then you're in trouble, because then you're delaying your cooldowns, which means you get less sent out throughout an entire fight. Whereas Shadowpan has the flexibility of really sending Zenith whenever the hell it wants, right? Like, you're not forced. If you delay a Zenith as Shadowpan, then you're only benefiting from it. If you delay as Conduit, you are screwed. You are a thick monk. That is just... That's an interesting thing to call me. Resto Shaman, get him to put Earth Shield on you. That'd be, I mean, I wouldn't say no, but it would also be very demeaning. It's like the Druid put Symbiotic on me. I appreciate it, but at the same time, it's like, she shouldn't have to.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna take haste here.
Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a touch.
I still think it's open to debate of which one's the best one to take, but
How wonderful.
I think some extra haste never goes amiss.
Time since the academy has been open.
Well, it seems like indeed. to set up for a new lesson?
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
Yikes. That is very disappointing. That was easily over 1,000,000 damage if I didn't get hit there. On the plus side, I didn't die, like, which is even more surprising. I don't know what's more surprising. Just run the dungeon back. It's just
We are just about
re-roll it. Go again. I got that's sad.
There is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault. Help us, new students.
If there's any boss in this game in any dungeon that makes you like feel like you are the king of damage, it is this one. Like, it's just so nice for Windwalker. It's like the ultimate pad boss. The dungeon's all downhill from here, by the way. This is the highlight. This is the peak of the dungeon.
Your survival
I
was
deserve it.
necessary.
I'll be real. I do. If this is the peak, I don't want to see the bottom.
CH0 Sen 1 1337 is now
Oh
following.
god, the tank died. It's okay, we got a DK. He is the tank now. Alright, let's turn our brains on.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
I just realized you don't play floating combat tanks? No, I'm not a fan of it. I think it's just visual clutter, to be honest.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
I am out of
I think I said this before, but this has to be like the worst mob in any of the dungeons. It's just so tedious. It's got so much health, and you just spend so long just sat here killing a guardian. It feels awful to send cooldowns on it, but you have to. All right, let's wait for aggro because as we learned.
Nitragosa is now following.
I think it's hard to judge how long you have until the damage amp phase in this boss. It's like, it is about 2 minutes, I want to say. So I think I can maybe puzzle box on pull and then have it up. But like if I mistime it and don't have puzzle box, it's like a big damage loss. But I can't delay puzzle box for the entire boss fight. That's just too much. So maybe even I send puzzle box now. This trash pack. Maybe. I mean, I probably will. I'm a gremlin.
Brannelboixt is now following.
So by sending it now, I guarantee that I'll have it up. But I'm pretty sure I probably could send it on full. In an ideal, well, I'm gonna send a Zenith, and then hopefully by the time we get to the damage amp, I'll not have to send another one. So that means that I'll basically have like a massive amount of crit stacks for the burn phase. Because basically, once you hit that, like it's just such a race against time to down this boss. I think the double stack will be for too long. So I think send it out now, because I've got a haste buff, which is really good, obviously, for Windwalker. And then have the final one up. But hold the puzzle box, obviously. So this just helps push us a little faster as well into that phase. So the DK is going to do all the damage on that damage amp, realistically. I think we have enough orbs. That was a very clean Croft. I've done this boss quite a few times in my DK, and this is where you tend to wipe on Algathar, I think. I was pretty terrified that final Sonic burst was gonna come out, and I was looking at my health like, oh no.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Oh, and then we die to that. Oh, it's such a nice Croth as well. And then that's what does us. Oh, these dungeons are so punishing. You know you can go behind the pillar? Yeah, I mean, you can go behind the pillar, but yeah, I probably should go behind the pillar. I think it's resilient, so I think we're going again. Actually still had time there. I mean, that's always the thing, right? I think what tends to happen, though, is if you wipe, people are more inclined just to, like, cancel it, just on the basis that, like, you could end up then, like, doing the rest of the dungeon and then messing up one time just before the end, and then it's, like, a waste of time. I mean, personally, I don't mind keep going as long as it's, like, still potentially possible, but I imagine that's, like, the general mindset, especially if it's, like, resilient, right? It's resilient key, so it's, like, why send the time into it, I guess. Alright, we'll try and do that first pull a little bit better and not get CC'd because that was not fun. And I think Croft was fine. But then that trash pack afterwards was just a little bit messy. Pull in 120 seconds. We're basically waiting for the Hunter's Bloodlust. How is Guidon Trinket from first boss of Void Spy for Windwalker? It's not bad, but the issue with the trinket is it gives you haste. So like speaking from personal experience, because I had that trinket to start with as well before I had Puzzle Box, because it gives you haste. If you then like simulate your character then and like try to work out what gear you want from it, the sim takes that into account, right? That you have massive influx of haste, so it starts targeting you more towards like mastery gear and stuff like that. And then eventually when you do get a puzzle box, suddenly you actually have to re-gear your character. Because you actually have stat weights that then make it so that your haste is actually relatively low. Is that going to make sense? So like it's not a bad trinket, but it can kind of screw you over in terms of like targeting gear. Because then when you finally do get a puzzle box, which you 100% want, you want a puzzle box, suddenly now you're going to have to try and get more haste gear. And all that mastery gear that it would have tried to set you up with or target farm, whatever, suddenly isn't as powerful because suddenly you're getting the influx of mastery from the puzzle box. So, like, if you're starting off gearing, then yeah, probably it's worthwhile getting. But just be aware that you're going to need more haste gear to make up for the deficit when you lose that Guidon. But generally speaking, it's not a bad trinket. But if you use the Guidon, kind of like the puzzle box, you probably want to pop your Recklessness pot before, because getting like haste and then double haste on that is, you'll lose a lot of damage. But I'm not sure what the reckless support was probably want to be hitting. Probably like mastery, to be honest.
2, 1.
Basically, it's not a bad trinket, but can lead to issues with gearing later on.
DAABSTTV is now following.
I was looking how weak. Oh, you have all three in compared to puzzle box. You compared to an actual puzzle box, it's like the puzzle box is so far ahead. It's kind of crazy. But
5, 4.
it's funny because if you have the guide on and then you sim gear and stuff, it will actually tell you that initially it was telling me that puzzle box was a damage loss, and technically it was a damage loss because I then geared mastery to balance out the mastery I wasn't guessing. But like if you go for like a complete baseline Windwalker, puzzle box is just so much stronger. Like the cast is okay, but it also scales with haste, so it is a 2 seconds, but it can be faster. So I think I've had it as low as like 1.2 seconds. It can be a bit awkward though, but if you're looking for like highest damage, you want the puzzle box 100%. Okay, there we go. That's a bit more damage than last time. Mostly because I didn't get CC'd. We did hit a melee there.
Fielinka 15 is now following.
It is always awkward playing this trash pack as a melee though. Unless you're a DK, in which case you can literally just be ranged. But it really just depends where the green circles spawn. You can sometimes get really nice spawns, sometimes they're a little bit awkward based on positioning. Yeah, no, exactly. DKs and Rets aren't melee, that's what I mean. Like, when you play DK, you can essentially just you can be ranged. You just Scourge Strike from a distance. So you never actually have to worry about those green circles. So they can essentially have like 100% uptime. Yikes, why did that spawn on my head? Okay, this hunter's padding. That's not ethical. Alright, that's better.
This all could have been avoided by someone not trying too hard.
I'm probably going to do the same thing. I'm going to puzzle box this mini boss. Oh my god, it's Tornado Nightmare here.
Davalito89 is now following.
What is this? Alright, surely we kill it before its next mechanic. I don't think we will, actually. Commit. Oh.
Ashbold FG is now following.
Yeah, alright, that was alright. Why don't I use Transcendence on it? I considered it whilst we were flying over. Like, there are two ways of doing the Transcendence there, right? One is to place it down and then go behind the pillar. But the issue with that, I think, is that I don't know exactly where the tornadoes are going to be. So I think that's probably a bad way of doing it. If you teleport back, you suddenly just get tornadoed. The alternative is to place the Transcendence behind the pillar, but like for the amount of time you actually save, it just didn't seem worth it to me. I mean, I suppose like you probably could just Transcendence it. This doesn't seem necessary. Yeah, the reason I didn't do the other way, like place Transcendence then go behind pillar, is because if I burn Transcendence back and there's a tornado on top of my head, not great. But you probably could get away with doing it the other way once you're running there. We're too fast, apparently, according to the hunter, which means we're not going to have lust with this boss. When your group is just too fast, that is not good. He's right as well. Lust is down for 4 minutes. What do you do in this situation? You just don't do it with Lust, is that? That sounds a little bit crazy.
Nicola1C is now following.
Because you want to Lust this, and then you have Lust for the last boss. So what, do we just delay the boss? It's an interesting question. I guess not. I guess you just don't Lust it. Yeah, we won't have Bloodlust. But then you can't hold Bloodlust for Veximus, because then you won't have it for the final boss. What do you do when you're just doing too much damage? I'll play the fight the same way. Where essentially I send Zenith when I get the haste buff, and then I'll send it at the final stage as well with the puzzle box. Alright, that was the awkward one. That was the one I don't have a defensive for. But now the next two I'll have defenses for. And then the final... Oh no, I don't have a defense for this. That's not good. Can I just take it? Will the healer be mad? No, I was considering popping Fort Brew there. And we have less coming up. No, I didn't want to Fort Brew there. I thought we might kill it the tick before it cast. I probably could have got away with not Fort Brewing there, but then I literally pressed as I saw someone die. I was like, there's no way I can hold it. That just means I have nothing going into the next pack, which never good.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Alright, and now I'll have Puzzle Box Zenith for the next pull. And the next pull is the big one, right? That's when we go up to the top. So that's kind of worked out nicely. Ow. Oh, he's going so big. Okay. I had to cancel my fists there. Oh, he's not enough CC, right?
I simply wish you would last.
Oh, that's so sad. Ooh. Is this what suffering looks like? I don't think anyone had cooldowns either. I think I should res in case we keep going. Okay, we're not keep going. Yeah, if I'm doing top damage on a pull like that, it means everyone sent their cooldowns on the one before it, which is a bit awkward. I don't think there was anything more I could do. Like, trust me when I say this, I even sent Quaking Palm. I literally forget I have this button half the time, so if I send Quaking Palm, that's when I know that I've sent actually everything that I have available. Is there any talents or things I can do? Not really. Because I'm running the like peace and prosperity and tiger tail sweep, right, which increase range and stuff. That's not. I can't really give myself any more CC. Oh, to increase survivability for Windwalker Monk? No, not really. To increase survivability talent-wise, like, you'd be looking at potentially maybe taking things like Vigorous Expulsion or Diffuse Magic, but, like, being real, this basically heals you for nothing. Like, you're not gonna survive damage because of Vigorous Expulsion. The only talents I could actually recommend you taking that you might not be taking currently is Soothing Mist and Elusive Mist, which can give you a 6% damage reduction when you channel Soothing Mists. And it also makes it that your Vivify cast instantly when you're channeling. So as you can see, like, there's no cast time. But, like, saying that, the cast time, like, doesn't really go on the GCD anyway, so the insta-cast doesn't actually make much of a difference. It's more so that you have Soothing Mist, which gives you 6% damage reduction. The 6% damage reduction is barely anything anyway, but it can save you from getting one shot. But the downside is that you're doing absolutely 0 damage when you channel that, and as you can see, it chugs into your energy. So whilst you're healing yourself up, you come out of that and you can't press Tiger Palm. You know? So that's like the big issue right now. But I still recommend taking these two. Because like in an ideal world, Soothing Mist is just like an instant tap button that you do. So like, let's say you know damage is coming in from a boss or something, you just tap it, 6% less damage taken, and then you go back. But right now, at higher keystone levels, people are having to like
is now following.
Soothing Mist and then Vivify just to like keep themselves alive at times. And that's generally not the ideal way for it to be used because, as I said, you know, you're not dealing any damage. And you're also eating into your resources. It's like a double-edged sword that only stabs you. But sometimes you just have to do that because that is like our survivability. It's just not great. You don't have any problem finding a party if you miss M+ with Windwalker? Oh, but no, for sure I have problems finding parties. The biggest issue with Windwalker at the moment is that, yeah, it lacks survivability and stuff. And its damage is okay, but it does lack survivability, and it doesn't fit realistically into any meta comps. So just as a result of that, it will have less priority in being taken to keys. The reason I'm being invited to keys, or it might look like I'm getting invited to a lot of keys, is because I have 290 item level, which is, you know, extremely high for right now. And people will invite based on item level, right? But trust me, previous weeks I have been declined from like, you know, key after key after key after key. Maybe I take versatility. Thoughts? Is that even a thing in this dungeon?
I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is
Can you actually, is that versatility? I might take that.
How wonderful.
I think there is.
It's been quite some time since
Okay, lock in. I'm taking versatility.
It seems like things are indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new lesson.
these lashers must have
Okay, now we're cooking.
while we were away. Please
Instant increase survivability.
clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
I mean, that just went horrendously. The first lasher just delayed itself in casting. So suddenly I had to like move out twice before I could even cast my puzzle box. That was a horrendous pull there. And then, yeah.
Perfect. We are just about... Wait! Ichistras, there is too much life magic. What are you doing?
Me? There is too much nature. What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault. Please, help us, new students.
Why are you targeting me? Oh my god.
Kraydash is now following.
Did I press my taunt button? I can promise you I didn't, because I don't have that shit down. What am I listening to right now?
It's underscore Zorpy is now following.
I mean, I can try to do the transcendence thing this time, but you basically have to pre-place it.
Someone not trying too hard.
I just don't think it's worth it. It's also now on like the furthest pillar away, if you know what I mean. So, and in fact, I'm not even going to use it. I lose like no time as well, really. I just don't think it's necessary. Oh my god, these tornadoes. Oh. Alright, Croft V3. I mean, Croft hasn't been too bad, actually. Our Croft kills have been pretty good. It's just the trash packs afterwards that have gone a little bit skew.
Your survival.
Why does it
wasn't
have why do I have
necessary.
aggro of this bird for a solid like 6 seconds? Surely at that point you have a taunt button, no? Am I crazy? Am I meant to just not do damage? You can argue you can switch targets. I probably should have switched targets, but I just assumed it was casting for that time. There was like a long enough period of time the taunt would go off or something. I don't know. I'm tilted. It's over. When you said this was the easy part, I knew. Ooh. No tilt. Lock in. Real.
Only
Okay,
the
sure.
strongest survive.
Yikes. Yeah, I don't know. It's rolled into the tornado. It'll be fine. That's just a straight look before you roll sort of thing. I was just trying to do it quick. Like, it's not end of the world. All we lost there is... Okay, I mean, I rolled into a tornado, but he jumped off the edge, so, like, which is worse? I'm gonna go with jumping off the edge. I think that's so funny. The only plus side to like dying as a Windwalker, I suppose, is that you don't lose Tiger Brew stacks. I think if we lost Tiger Brew stacks on death, That would be horrendous. Obviously, losing time is not great, but I think we're still fine on time. We're like pretty ahead on time. Hunters are so OP. He just faint death that. And by OP, I mean I'm glad they're on my team. Like, on the plus side, we have a DK and a Hunter for Veximus. Like, there's two classes that you want on Veximus. It's those boys. Alright, so we have cooldowns. But the DK definitely sent here, which means he's gonna not have much for the next pack. Oh. Is he going big again? Oh my god, he's doing the exact same pull.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I mean, that wasn't a cast or anything. I think he just literally died to damage there, no? Oh, that's unlucky. He didn't need to take all them packs. I mean, yeah, I mean, the first time we did it, he did take the packs, and we were close, but we genuinely ran out of CC, and I think at the start of the dungeon he said he wasn't going to do big. I can respect it, you know? Like, if you're gonna do a dungeon, you might as well pull them all. But I think you're probably right, he might not have had Incarn. He might have used it on the previous pack. That's alright. It was a good attempt. It was a good group as well. Everyone was doing like really good damage, which I find always a little bit hard to like. Usually I play in groups and like damage is quite varied, but everyone was like pumping. So that's what I mean when I say I think we had like plenty of time. It was just a bit unfortunate there. I mean, I think we all made mistakes here or there in the dungeon. Is what it is. You can also bug the beam if you jump off and Transcendence up after the beam cast. I did not know that. That's interesting tech. I'd love to know how you worked that one out. Or who discovered that. Imagine you're talking about the one with the Hunter faints death. You jump off and Transcendence up after the beam cast. I guess because the mob can't follow you, right? It can't jump off the edge with you. That is demonic tech. But I'm sure it has use somewhere. Alright, let's try to do another one. I still believe. I'm sure I can get a 17. I didn't think they'd be this difficult. I don't think they'd be free, but I don't think we were struggling this much. Oh, it's just so easy. Just get instant invited. This game's too free. Playlist. Yeah, I don't have that feature. I probably should. I don't really know how to connect my Spotify to thingy though, so I've never set it up. But there's no actual playlist I'm listening to. I literally just have my Spotify and shuffle. Like I type a song name in and I let it play whatever it wants. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it is horrendous. Today it's not been too bad.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
Is it good to pre-stack Tiger Brew and Flurry Strikes before you go into a dungeon? You can't. It will reset on the dungeon start. If we're talking about Mythic Plus, if you do like a M0, you could do it. But it won't work in an M Plus dungeon. Your Tiger Eye Brew stacks reset. If it didn't reset for any dungeon, you would just see me out here hitting a target dummy, but that would be like... It's better that it doesn't, because that's like what Shamans had to do last expansion. They had to literally hit a dummy so that they could get proc, so they could do damage at the start of a dungeon. It's kind of cringe. So it is a good thing that it resets back to baseline. Look at this guy's fit. He is locked in. Man went to Stormwind once and just said yes. This is it. This is the look. I like how it says Draenei as well. Is it with Windwalker that you still don't want to repeat the same ability? Yeah, exactly. That's Windwalker's mastery, where your abilities will do more damage when they're not a repeat of the previous ability. And then tied into that as well, we have a talent called Hit Combo, which stacks up to 5, increasing your damage when you successfully don't break mastery.
Francomoran is now following.
So 100%, yeah, you never want to break mastery in any situations. It's always going to be a damage loss overall. It's not like Shadowlands where you would spam Spinning Crane Kick and break mastery.
3, 2, 1.
That was kind of awkward, because it looked like for a second he wasn't going to do the grab those extra ads, so I started channeling my puzzle box, and then he ran into them. That was kind of cool. I got knocked up, and then I lighted the nade back, and then mid-air I popped my Zenith. That was kind of fun. Am I just going to die? I don't really want a health pot here. I'll use Hellstones though. I need to be a bit more proactive with Hellstones. Yeah, that was really satisfying. As I was flying through the air, I Zenith stomped and then went straight into a fist.
I do not have a target.
It would have been better if I didn't puzzle box Zenith there and had it on this boss, but I really did not like how low everyone's health was getting. Right, I'm going to do this properly. Where you Transcendence and don't put it on the spot where the mechanic's going to land. And that's how you actually do that. For anyone that watched me absolutely mess that up earlier. I'm terrified of this boomerang's hitbox. I literally... It is so much bigger than it looks.
Only the
What?
strongest survive.
Am I crazy? I mean, I know I'm crazy, but... What just happened there? Oh, no, he moved the boss. Please don't target me. I think I've been targeted by enough Gale Surges. It's over. It's so over. Let me... Hold on, I just know what happened there. I think we're resetting. Okay, I know what happened there. I'm an idiot. Okay, nobody panic. It's okay. I worked out what I did wrong. I just have a very smooth brain. No. Yeah, that was completely my fault. Essentially, my Transcendence wasn't off cooldown. Is the short of it. So basically, I'm just stupid. That's fine. So if I understand correctly, Zenith Stomp replaces Tiger Palm and Burst Window, never repeat same ability and hope that Rising Sun hit crits. Essentially, yeah. Zenith Stomp can also replace Blackout Kick as well, as your filler. So it's a good replacement for Tiger Palm and Blackout Kick, because it does big damage and it generates chi for you, which both Tiger Palm and Blackout Kick do, right? Yeah, I'm not really sure how to handle that Gale mechanic every time then. Like, you can Transcendence every other one. Like, it's the awkward one. It's the
Lexor's
one that comes in during the
2435 is now following.
tornadoes. Like, obviously lighter than air, but it's like still very risky. This pack's gonna hurt again, and I do not have any defenses. Oh yeah, that's a health pot big time. Into Soothing Mist. I don't know if the Soothing Mist saved my life, but it definitely did not. It definitely helped. Yeah, I had to health pot that. And then the Soothing Mist when the attack came in. Yeah, probably helped save my life. I didn't do anything.
Yimchu rated my stream with 56 viewers.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the raid. Welcome everybody to Suffering on Windwalker. It's a very fun. It's a fun show. This is just actually hell. Everyone is just dying. Tank is getting thrown around like a sack of potatoes. And I feel like everything that I do is just me on death's door. We have fun here. This just gives me such a big perspective on playing on my DK. Like, I don't think I'm ever allowed to complain when I play my DK again in keys. Oh, they're gonna bleed out. Oh, I almost healed him. He's question marking. I don't think it needs to be reset. It's only 2 deaths. This is actual suffering. And out of our burst, you want to use Tiger Palm between every ability? I mean, using Tiger Palm out between every ability is like a good general like rule, especially if like you're learning Windwalker. It can help with like the flow of balancing energy and chi. But eventually you don't have to, like, it's better to not use Tiger Palm between every ability. Like, Tiger Palm, don't get me wrong, Tiger Palm is important to get out because it's our main generator of chi, right? Which you want to be doing, you want to be generating chi. But it's more important right now to have Fist of Fury and Rising Sun Kick on cooldown, with Fist of Fury being sent out first and then Rising Sun Kick to try reset its cooldown. So let's say, for instance, you have Tiger Palm up, Rising Sun Kick, and Fist of Fury up. It would be better to go Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kick, then Tiger Palm, than Fist of Fury, Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, because you're just delaying the Rising Sun Kick cast and the potential reset of the Fist of Fury, if that kind of makes sense. So, like, it's definitely good practice to get in the habit of Tiger Palming in between abilities, 100%, but you don't have to Tiger Palm in between every ability. It's not like a fixed rule. It's a good habit to get into. But like sometimes we'll get things like Blackout Kick procs, where if you take the correct talents, or I say correct talents, if you take certain talents, you can use that Blackout Kick proc to give you chi instead, right? If you end up taking Energy Burst, which a lot of players do. And then that can be a pseudo Tiger Palm, where instead you actually use the Blackout Kick as your in-between. So, like, if you're just learning Windwalker and you're new to Windwalker, then I think it's good to get into the habit of using Tiger Palm in between. But it's not like a fixed rule. Like, you don't want to be delaying your other abilities so that you can Tiger Palm in between, if that makes sense. The question mark, so typical and pugs. If you weren't here earlier, you should have seen that we had an experience in a dungeon I did earlier. We had a tank that lost his mind when someone died because we weren't going to +2 the dungeon. He went on 1. Let's just say he wins on one. He hit us with the "Do you not even know who I am?" That was good. That was actually the highlight of the stream. Do you not know who I am? And then I think the healer replied, "I don't care." Oh man. Hey, how's it going? It's going alright. I don't think we've made much progress today in terms of dungeons. I think we've like literally gained one. We timed 116 that gave us score, so it's not going amazingly, but it's been fun. It's not been super tilting or despair. It's just it does feel at times like you're playing dungeons on hard mode, but Windwalker can still like I think Windwalker's actually very competitive with damage. Because in like that Algathar Academy I was just running, right, when I was playing with like a hunter and a unholy DK, right, which are specs that excel a lot in high AoE situations, which is that Algathar Academy sort of damage profile you need. Like I was keeping up with them, sometimes beating them, sometimes losing to them, but overall I think it's solid. But it does just come down to, can you survive to do that damage? And I think that's where the biggest struggle is, right? Because you got to remember right now I'm doing 16s and 17s, like, and every time you increase the dungeon level, like things hit harder. Suddenly that cast that goes through that wouldn't have one-shot you previously one-shots you in the next one. So you're having to use defensive more often, and you can be very like inflexible with these things. And like outside of your defensives, you're so squishy. And then having them at 1 minute 30, like I think the higher dungeon level you go up, the worse Touch of Karma is. Like this defensive feels so bad. Like I feel like it's going to get to a point where I press Touch of Karma to reduce incoming damage, and that damage is going to hit harder than my Karma can block, and it's like, what? Why do I even... Like, it won't kill me, but it will hit harder than the Karma can block, and then just basically knock me down to almost like nothing. Because it's just not a very strong defensive. Like, especially on the bird boss, Croth, like you get that resonance attack that comes in. So you know the one that puts a circle around all the players and then it hits you for a burst of damage and then ticks you down? That is like a quintessential showcase of how bad Touch of Karma is, right? It's one of your only two defensives on a big cooldown, right? 1 minute 30 is a relatively long cooldown for a defensive. It can take the brunt of that burst bop, and then for the rest of that ticking damage, you have nothing to carry through. Whereas at least with Fortifying Brew, it can take it can carry you through for the entirety of that damage window, if that makes sense. So like, and it feels like when you're trying to like switch between these two, you're trying to like have fought for one ability, Karma for the next ability, fought for the next one, and like play them back and forth. It feels like Karma can sometimes like feel like a really bad defensive for certain situations. Yeah, I feel like all I do nowadays is just talk about the survivability of Windwalker, but it is a kind of a hot topic. And it kind of does need addressing a little bit. Yeah, so that's how I'm going to answer your question. Hey, how's it going? Goes into a 5-minute rant about Windwalker defensives. Yep. I mean, would it be really hard to put Diffuse back? I mean, no, it wouldn't be hard for them to put Diffuse back. Well, actually, it kind of would. They'd have to reshuffle the talent tree and stuff, but I feel like... So yeah, I don't know if I can really speak for Brewmaster and Mistweaver because I don't play them that much. Or I've definitely not really played them in this expansion. But like, are they also in the same predicament? I imagine Brewmaster's not too bad, right? Probably because it was the best tank that you could play, right? It didn't really care that it lost Diffuse Magic. Does Mistweaver care that it lost Diffuse Magic? Because like my thought would be like, could you just give Diffuse Magic back to Windwalker? Or does Mistweaver also need it? Because you could do that thing that they do with this talent tree. Like, if you play Brewmaster and you play Mistweaver, these hero talent trees aren't, or these monk talent trees are slightly different. There's some abilities that you can only see on Brewmaster, some that you can only see on Windwalker, for example. Like, diffuse magic would add it quite a bit. Like, it's just such an it was such an effective defensive. And it then, like, having the 3 defenses that you can switch in between, like, you can play off of each other, can make a boss actually manageable. Like, there were a lot of situations in dungeons last year where you'd have a boss that chugged out mechanics, right? But having 3 defensives, you can actually rotate them in between, and then maybe have like the one mechanic that you can't, that you actually have to natty survive or trust your healer with. But now it feels like that happens way more commonly. Like, once you're out of Fortifying Brew, you have Karma, and Karma can maybe save you for a little bit, but barely does anything. Because if you think about it, what is Karma? All it is for me, and this is like a max level character, right? So my health is pretty high up. All this does is it shields me for 220,000 damage, which in the grand scheme of like ticking rock damage is like nothing. You know what I mean? But like having diffuse magic on that rotation can actually really, like, it really carried the weight, which like, even at the time I didn't realize how hard diffuse magic was carrying a lot of the burden, because not a lot has changed in our survivability.
5,
Like
4,
talent wise, health
3,
wise, stamina,
2,
armor, all that jazz.
1.
Like, not much has actually changed besides losing a singular defensive. But the moment we lost that defensive, suddenly
5,
like, it became a lot more clear.
2, 1.
Anyway, let's lock in. That wasn't great. I kind of got screwed a little bit by getting knocked off the edge, and then when I let back on, I kind of hit the cusp of the wall. So it was kind of a little bit awkward to get back on the platform. So that was a little bit poor. On the plus side, we saved Fort Brew, which is going to help a lot for this part. No defense for this is rough. We should be okay. I want all my defenses anyway for the next pack. This is... kill this? Yep. I'm not even sure what almost one-shot me there, to be honest. I want to say it was the rush. If it was a repel, I would have just got one shot. Yeah, like, look at this bleed. Oh my god. Time to switch dwarf.
Automatic lol is now following.
Appreciate all the follows, by the way. I haven't really, I haven't really said thanks in a while. I do appreciate it. I'm just kind of locked in on this boss because he's been a bit of a burden for the past 2 attempts. Does this boss actually take damage, or do we just deal no damage? I feel like I've been on this boss for like a century. Don't say we don't deal any damage. That made me feel bad. Let's go with he takes no damage. Okay, we got past him. That's nice. I'm not saying we have, like, minimal interrupts. But I am saying I feel like I've used everything in my kit and they're still casting. Alright, we have Karma, so we'll be able to survive like 1 beam. But after that, I don't know. Basically, if we get like 2 beams, I'm screwed. Okay, we're going triple after I already put my cooldowns. I mean, is this necessary?
Sold09 is now
Okay.
following.
I mean, don't beam me again, maybe? Thanks. Okay, he beamed me again. I'm okay. Who said pull? Who said triple? I swear to God, I know it's the DK. I don't even have to look. I know it's the DK who said go triple. Yeah, buddy, I know why you said go triple, because this shit don't hurt you. Meanwhile, I'm actually fighting for my life here. Yeah, man, go triple. I'll just pop AMS. Okay. And it beams me again. You're joking. And that's the issue of popping Soothing Mist. I couldn't Tiger Palm for ages then, and it beams me again. Fuck me, I guess. Just, yep. I mean, triple worked, but we were like one awkward beam off of like just dying. And then on top of that, I have no defenses for this pack. It's okay. It'll be alright. But like, you know what I mean? Like, oh,
The
he has the
underscore
AMS
Taco
talent
is
that
now
bounces to
following.
another player and it picked me. Nice. I'm pretty much dead. But, you know, it's nice. Alright, I'm going to Karma this. Watch how quickly Karma drops off. It's gone. It's already gone. That's one of my 2 defenses, by the way. Like, you know what I mean? And this is what I mean when I say Karma's, like, actually trashed here. Like, okay, sweet. I'm glad I got this button. But don't worry, Fort Brew's up. And we like that one. Alright, I don't even know. I can't take a beam. I'm not even joking. I don't think I can. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to. Please, no. Is this what Windwalkers are having to do, like, plus 22s? How are they surviving this shit? I refuse to believe that. Like, this is a 16. I don't even want to know. Maybe I can skip one? I do get karma for this. That's nice, I guess. It's already fallen off. That's also nice, I guess. Oh my god. This is just a survive angle, I suppose. I'm gonna see the mist. Oh lord. I mean, it's doable, but at no point do I feel like I'm having a good time doing like a boss like that. Alright, we have no cooldowns for this, so we can't pad, unfortunately. Feels bad, man. No padding allowed. Unless... No, you know what? I'm actually going to be super ethical here. And not send coolies because the hunter has sent cooldowns. And I'll just send them all in the boss. So it's a cleaner kill. I'm good like that, you know? You got to understand. I can be ethical. But also at the same time, trust me when I say this, if my cooldowns are up before we pull this pack, they were gone. They were sent. This boss should be pretty chill because we have a DK, so they can just end up gripping the mini-boss, and defenses shouldn't be as, like, prominent. Well, I shouldn't have to rely on defenses as much, because we have ranged characters. I think I can delay here? Yeah, I was able to delay for the Sunwing. Oh no. I'm an idiot. I hit the egg. Everybody panic. Everybody kill boss. Don't look. Wait, it didn't hit? Oh my god, Blizzard, thank you. That I 100% knocked it so it clipped, but we'll pretend I didn't. That's fine. I like that. That outcome is just as good. In fact, I retract my statement. I made no mistakes here. There was actually a great ring of peace because I saved my teammate. Probably. There's no way that didn't clip though. That 100% clipped that one. Okay, we're fine. You dare me to do the skip? Of course I'm doing the skip. Egg was super close? No, don't worry about it. Yeah, I gotta do the skip. You can walk through the egg. No, I basically, I was 100% certain that the red circle that it leaves behind clipped another egg. And if you clip the eggs with the circle, they both spawn back. Like, I was so confident that that actually overlapped it. Apparently it didn't, but I promise you, if I look back at that footage, that definitely did. I'm going to send all my cooldowns here, because this pack is probably the most dangerous pack in the dungeon. Sounds crazy. It's a 2-pack mob. How can it be that dangerous? Trust me when I say this. I've had so many tanks die here. Now, I don't know if it's double Zenith dangerous. I'm going to say no, it's not double Zenith dangerous. But essentially, this guy shreds your tank. But basically, I've had so many of these dungeons just die to these 2 mobs. And you don't expect it, because it looks like it's only 2 trash mobs. How scary can it be? Very, very scary, it would seem. And could the solar elemental die, please? This pack is going on for longer than I think anybody wants it to. I actually use Karma there as a offensive ability, which I don't think I would ever have done in any other dungeon. But that orb had to die. I'm pretty terrified of what's out here. It really depends on how he pulls it. I think we've got so much time in this dungeon, he could pull this so safe, but obviously you're always at the mercy of your tank. But like, we have like 10 minutes to clear this. He could pull like 1 pack at a time and it'd be fine. But that's what's so exciting about dungeons. You never know what your tank's going to do. He has decided to be safe, and I can respect that. No! The DK's baiting him again. Don't do it. You don't have to go. Don't get peer pressured by his... He just wants to press graveyard. And he's tilted because he can't press graveyard. Oh god, kill it before the blade rush. Oh, that's alright. I got the bleed on me, but no one else did. That sounds about right. That sounds genuinely about right. Oh god, I'm sorry. Ow. Yeah, I genuinely think this is just the best play, that, like, smart by the tank, right? Like, we're probably not too chesting this. Like, why risk it for like a big pull? I've been saving Touch of Death this whole time, and I've been saving it for this elemental. the Elemental's Orb. I hope it pays off. That was worth it. Very anticlimactic, but it was worth it, I think. And then now at this point, I'm just saving cooldowns for the boss. I mean, we've got so much time. Last in 2 minutes. Just kind of got to play this well, I suppose. Probably use the Transcendence tech for this boss as well, if I get grabbed. Please don't grab me during cooldowns. Okay, fuck me, I guess. Like, it's a bit weird to do that, but I do think that it's the better thing to do. Because it means that no one has to, basically everyone can just keep focusing the boss. I don't know if it's actually the better play to do something like that, but I don't think there's any downside, because it makes the bird really quick. You're not, like, no one's freaking out, right? No one's panicking, like, oh my god, we gotta kill this bird now. Oh my god. Can I take some less damage? But you see what I mean, right? Like, we spend a lot of time there just dealing with the bird. I mean, this looks cozy, I guess. I wasn't actually 100% sure there was a gap between that. I just, I took a little bit of a risk. Oh, you have lens flare, Hunter? Oh god. I don't think you realise. Now the age-old question, do you just let the bird fly off? I think probably that you actually should. Yeah, actually, yeah. Goodbye. I was gonna say no because I'm a real one, but I changed my mind.
Matador is now following.
No, actually, you know what? He's a homie. Get him out. Nobody dies. Unless I put a giant beam of light underneath you. Okay. Funny end. Yeah, that was a very clean sky reach. Like, the amount of, like, panics and stuff, I'm very surprised I didn't die in that dungeon, just from some of the pulls and stuff. No, that was good. That was a good sky reach. I think we have Void Cores now. We only have 4. Hey, how do I disable floating damage text and numbers? Like, healing numbers and damage numbers? There is an actual code for it. Like, I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. Like, I use an add-on for it. But you don't have to get this add-on. I use advanced interface options, and it then, like, has all the options for floating combat text, and I can toggle each one and off. I mean, user-friendliness-wise, this add-on's really useful for that sort of thing with combat text, because you can turn different ones off. But I'm pretty sure there's an actual, like, input line you can put in to turn it off. I just don't know what it is off the top of my head. But But for instance, with this add-on, at least like I can choose which ones I want. So maybe for instance, you want to see, I don't know, shields for whatever reason, or you want healing but not damage, or damage but not healing. You can turn them off independently. Yeah, I don't know what the other code is, but if you want that add-on, that's a good one. It's called Advanced Interface Options. Yeah, that was a good way to, hold on. Yeah, that was a good way to finish off the stream. So that's going to be about it for me today, my dudes. But yeah, no, we getting the Skyreach done was good. The Algothels were a bit rough, but we made some progress with it. But yeah, you definitely start feeling Windwalker survivability. Like I feel it so badly now. I can't even like fathom how people are doing 21s of Skyreach as Windwalker. Like I'm just trying to like I think to myself, how are they surviving those beams? Like if those like not even like the boss beams, but like the ads, they will target whatever. You can sometimes get double beamed. Double beam probably instant death. But like sometimes it's just luck if you get targeted by a beam and then it finishes casting and the next one targets you. Like I don't know. I have to be interested to see how like they survive some of this damage. No, it's good. It's fun. What's my item level? I am max level, so 290. I mean, okay, being real, I still have the puzzle box to upgrade, but don't tell anybody. I just need one more core, shard and I can upgrade the puzzle box, but it's like a very minimal damage increase. It's like 0.5 or something. 4 or 5, so it's not like a massive damage increase. But this is essentially max item level. Bro, since I started watching your videos and joined your Discord for add-ons and stuff, I've leveled up like 10 times, I swear. Well, I'm glad my content helps. That's all I really want to do. Just, yeah, showcase this spec that I love to play and help other players get the most out of it. Because it is a very fun spec, but it does have a few flaws at the moment. But, you know, I'm sure it will get fixed. But even with its flaws, right, it's still, like, it can still do great things. It feels like sometimes you have to try harder. Try harder to do the same amount that other specs can do. But I think that's just how MMO specs work, right? Like, nothing is always the same. There's some things that Windwalker can do that, you know, DK can't. I can't name them, but there are some things, you know. But yeah, it's really fun. It's a very unique playstyle, right, with mastery and all that. Like a melee DPS that like channels and stuff like that. Yeah, and I think Zenith was a great change as well. Adding Zenith, like Stomp specifically, it's kind of like made it feel a lot more impactful in AoE. Because I think like even though the damage is more or less the same-ish, but it's probably like a little bit of a buff to be honest in AoE. It didn't feel very good for all that damage being just Fist of Fury, right? Like it didn't feel that powerful, but it actually feels powerful to like hit back-to-back stomps, right? Like that, I don't know, there's something just about the ability that like feels like you're slamming a button and it's just doing instant damage and it feels good. So I think there's like positive direction, but I do really think they need to address some of the survivability issues for some classes. Like it's not just Windwalker. Some mage specs are like in desperate need as well, right? But I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. Because it'd be cool to be able to play Windwalker again, like progging raid. But right now it's a little bit tough. Just doesn't quite have the oomph that some other specs do. Yeah, that's going to be it for me today. I might be on tomorrow. Yeah, I might be about tomorrow. I'm not too sure just yet. Yeah, if I'm not, have a lovely weekend. If I am, I'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the follows and the subs and the chatting and the chilling and watching me deplete a bunch of keys. It's been very fun. I hope you had a good time too. And I'll see you when I see you.